Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BSL 20, the round of 32, Group D. I am Ozzy the Hockey, and I'm joined here by Firetip.
Hello. Get this going.
Today we're going to be, today we're going to be casting Group D. Like I said, we got Hawk versus PerroFlaco for the first round, and Dienmax versus Jumper. So we're going to get two Protosses, one Zerg, and a Terran today.
Yeah, should be interesting. Hawk and PerroFlaco will be first. First matchup for today, Group D.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that Hawk's going to be very favored in today's matches. And I don't really know much about PerroFlaco. I don't know if you know much about him, but I personally have never even seen him play before, so I don't really know what to expect with this guy.
Yeah, I have not. I believe he played in 2022 or 2023 more. But I think he might have come back, got back into the grind like a lot of us. But that's all I know. And then I believe he was in the Latin America Championships before that even, but that's all I know.
All right. I guess we're gonna see what he can do today. Then he's got an extremely tough opponent for his first game here too. So
yeah,
we'll see what he can do. And then Dienmax and Jumper both. I've played a lot of Dienmax on the ladder, so I have a pretty good feel at least for his PvP. Jumper, I know Jumper pretty well, but I haven't really watched him play a lot.
Yeah, Jumper was on the grind last night. He was on Twitch doing his last BSL practice stream. Saw a little bit of that. Looks like he was, doing well. Dienmax playing in the Dojo League. I know that. I played him. I got beat badly. But that was expected. For me, anyway. But I don't know. They were enjoyable games. Almost had him with the 4-gate, but he blocked the ramp with probes, so that was very good. Yeah, that's all I got for those guys.
Yeah, and here we see on screen for our first match, we got PerroFlaco and Hawk. My quality's actually, I think I'm lagging a bit. Is my audio sounding okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
I'm hearing a lot of lag, and the images are like really blurry for me. Like I can't read this. Sorry, Firetip. Why don't you kind of talk about this a little bit while I try to fix this problem? Sorry, guys.
Yeah, looks like PerroFlaco, the stats. Versus Z, 33%, I believe that says. And then Hawk's versus T is 58%. Then everyone knows more about Hawk. Pretty good matchup for him. Highest win percentage matchup, so it should be his best matchup. Looks like for PerroFlaco, it's versus Terran. Unfortunately, there aren't any other Terrans in the group, so it's going to be a tough day, but you never know. It's StarCraft. You could have some secret build, catch him off guard.
Yeah. It's interesting. The Hawks' best matchup is going to be ZVT. But yeah, so we're going to hop into the first map here, guys. The players, I think, are ready, and it's going to be here on Metropolis. The first map of the series is always going to be set, and then it's going to be the winner vetoes a map, and the loser will pick a map from the remaining map pool.
It looks like pretty close on match stats.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. Let's get to the game, guys. All right, spawning in the top left here.
PerroFlaco.
And then here in the bottom left, we have Hawk, our Zerg hero. From what I know of Hawk, I feel like he's going to play pretty standard. He's a pretty strong standard player. He's very confident in his skills. I don't see him doing a lot of cheesy stuff. So I imagine, too, in a game like this where he feels like he should be favored, I imagine he's just going to try and play safe and standard.
I see the same for both players, just playing standard, get a feel for each other on game one. And then maybe game two, whoever set something up for game two, maybe.
Yeah, I could see it if Hawk maybe dominates the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see if Hawk's pretty dominant in the first game, I could definitely see Perro doing something maybe a little bit more aggressive early on. But Hawk is going to go for this 12 hatch. He's told me when I was learning Zerg from him a little bit, he said that no matter what, you should go for 12 hatch. Even if you're getting BBS, he thinks you should go 12 hatch. So I imagine we're going to see that pretty much every game.
Oh, even BBS go 12 hatch. Okay.
Yeah, he's
Just
of the
this
belief that
matchup
if
though,
you
you
just...
don't really see pool first. It's more 12 hatch, 11 hatch.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
Unless you expect the cheese, then you go pool first. Or over pool usually.
Yeah, it's just going to be a
Triple
standard
10
opener
pool,
for
the
Hawk so
9
far.
extractor.
Yeah, and yeah, we're going to see if PerroFlaco, if he's just going to go for it. Because he's not going to get the first scout, I imagine we're going to see that depot and probably start Marines. It's pretty dangerous, and yeah, the Marines is going to start. It's kind of dangerous to, if you're not getting first scout, to go for a 15 CC, but he's actually going to go 1 Marine CC, it looks like, without the depot, which I don't see this very often. So I guess he's gonna have to make a small cut somewhere, either in Marines or SCVs here to make up for it. And this could just be an anti, hey, don't bother me drone kind of Marine.
Yeah, the anti-scout one.
Yeah.
Looks like
So yeah,
Diddy
everything
got a
looking
Marine there.
standard. We're not gonna get mech or anything like that from PerroFlaco, it looks like. Or at least not an early mech build anyway. SCV gonna come in here and Scout gonna confirm that it was that 12 hatch. But Hawk is gonna block his ramp, which is nice for him at least, so it... Okay, well, SCV trying to sneak in there. Hawk, I actually thought had let the SCV in, but he did a really good job of pulling back to block the SCV again with the Lings, not even leaving the drone on the ramp at all, so just kind of getting a small optimization there with the mining and still denying the scout. So really nice movement from Hawk there.
It looks like PerFactor, 1 Rax gas, going for Academy Rush on 1 Rax.
Yeah, we even killed a scouting SCV, which is really nice with these 2 Lings. So
Poking with some Marines.
oh, it's actually
Ooh,
going to be
fast
eBay.
+1.
Yeah, so we may end up seeing like a 4 or 5 racks kind of build from Perro here, I feel. I've actually started really enjoying doing the 1 racks a cat into 3 racks. This is something that Remap the Mind, if you know him, he's a kind of a low S Terran player. He started teaching me this, and I like this build a lot. But I think this is a good build too, if we are going for the like 4 or 5 racks, because I really like just pressuring the Zerg like that and not allowing them to kind of do whatever they want. So just by having that many barracks, it can make it where Zerg is having to constantly pump mutant. It just delays their tech a lot.
Pressure him, get him from stopping that drone pump. Get him to make some units. Poking with the Zerglings here. Almost got that SCV. Good pull.
Yeah.
Good pull by Perro.
Yeah, this is something that happens when you skip the wall, right? Because you want to keep your Marines on the ramp in case you're getting Ling flooded, but it does allow the Lings to poke in every now and then and be really annoying on the bottom patches like that.
Had to move him again.
Yeah, so just a lot of little small victories for Hawk so far in this game. Nothing too serious, but these are the little things that can definitely add up long term.
Yeah, I prefer the
And
wall. I'm playing TVZ just to stop this
yeah,
annoying Ling stuff.
yeah, the wall is objectively good. I don't wall either, but I would never tell people not to wall. I think you should be walling. Scout's the 3rd, so that's actually really nice. We've got to scout this 3rd before having to come out with our bio or anything like that. And one thing too about these Lings poking at these SCVs, it's another small thing that could be something that might matter. Does pick off 2 Lings there actually, which is a little bit of a slow reaction there from Hawk, but you know, the medic having to go and heal those SCVs is actually draining some of the energy as well, which again, this is a small thing that could matter. And yeah, here we see multiple barracks coming down. We got our turrets coming up. Looks like that scouting SCV does get picked off. And both these things going down. So Hawk does have this Overlord for spotting, but there is definitely a kind of blind spot on the top, like just a little bit above where he could lose track of the
Here come the
bio.
mutas. Going right after the Marines. Nope. Got the stem.
Yeah, I got the stem.
Poke
It's
it
nice.
around. Hawk's saying not yet. It's not time.
Yeah, just trying to get a few Marines maybe to kind of stray off a little bit and pick them off. But even just getting the stem is already a bit of a win, right? If you're
Yep.
making Terran stem and you don't even take any shots, then you're very happy with that.
Yeah, keep wasting that energy.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, we see it already, right? The medic's already very low on energy. And now they're stem.
Third base up, got
Third gas up
yeah.
and running for Hawk. And yeah, Perro just trying to be out on the map a little bit. You kind of want to do this house Terran as much as you can because it just keeps the mutas from diving here and getting some damage done. He is going to go ahead and go into the turrets, and Perro just going to pull the trigger and run across the map now. So I imagine Hawk's going to do a little bit here. Oh, actually, we're dropping 4 Sunkens. He might actually just stay here and try to defend with Sunkens.
Yeah, he's on top of the barracks. He's just gonna stay there. Gonna get all the Marines.
Yeah. And Perro actually hesitated. I was thinking there might have actually been a window where if he just stemmed and went, he might could have got there because the creeps weren't even done yet. But he's actually going to go and kill this third, but this is pretty bad for Perro. We have these mutas on top of our production. We're getting eaten alive by these muta.
Only one turret in the mineral line. He will get that third base, like you said.
Yeah, and I think I just saw a shake of the head. I mean, these mutas are just flooding in here. Yeah, we're going to kill the third base, and the price is going to be the entire game, it looks like.
Yeah, just bring in some lings and finish it off. It's like Hawks hid some drones in the bottom right, too, so we can just rebuild the hatchery, too, once they go away.
Yeah, I think Perro's
he's on top of the DC and the main. Hitting the mineral line. There goes the Marines again.
Yeah, this is catastrophic damage. He's going to take so much more damage by the time this bio finally gets back. And even then, there's so many mutas here with good micro. Hawk can even pick that apart, especially coming up this ramp.
Exactly. Even with the +1 attack. 8 kills on that Mutalisk. Yeah, Zerg is 20 supply up.
Yeah, this is just crushing damage. I don't see a way for Perro to come back from this. I mean, he's lost so many SCVs. He's come back home now. He's trying to clean this up. We have no tech going for us anymore. Our factory's done. We're at, what is this, 9 minutes almost?
Zerg's got the Lurker. Sure, that's researching to go Lurkers. Got the den up. Getting another hatch in the main. Oh, Queen's Nest. Could go Hive. There it is.
Yeah, so Hawk, he is going to be sitting for the late game. It probably isn't really necessary, but it's just a way to go ahead and secure this game. Going to pick off a few more SCVs. And at this point, I mean, we've lost so many SCVs that every SCV is so precious to us right now.
Yeah, there's no way. Need a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, he's dumping all this money into turrets just to stay alive at his natural. But we can't really be defending anymore. We're so far behind. I mean, Hawk can do whatever he wants from here, too. But at the same time, there's just no way to get out on the map. More SCVs going down. I mean, what are we at? Like 12 SCVs, 15 SCVs? We have no economy going for us anymore. Yeah, just barely 12 SCVs. Brutal.
Tech looks nearly done. New third base in the bottom right for Zerg. Getting the gas up.
Yeah, still being scanning around. Scanning around, does scan the main to check the tech, scans the natural there at the bottom right, sees that it's not been retaken, might not be aware that Hawk has actually taken the main base now. And he's going to be pushing out here, but there's not really anything he can do with 4 Sunkens here in a line like this. This is not nearly a big enough bioball to break this.
Father Mound coming up the Zerg, getting the Nidus Canal to go to the third base. This might just be to see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, this might just be I'm basically dead. I know I have to try and make something happen and go for it. But I mean, with these lurkers finishing, he's not even going to be able to try. Hawk just on top of everything. Yeah, still no starport. I mean, we just don't have the economy to be teching right now. I mean, he's gonna try and stem and go, but with 3 lurkers, 4 sunkens, there's absolutely no way we're breaking through here. Even our reinforcement getting picked off by the Muta, just adding insult to injury.
And once the consume's done, swarm's coming, then it'll be GG. Any Greater Spire coming with all those mutas still alive? Nope.
No, it's just gonna be going Defiler, it looks like.
Lurkers
I mean,
over to third base to defend.
Perro doesn't really have a way back into this game, but it's kind of been mentioned before, and you'll see a lot of this in a lot of these games where, I mean, this is kind of this is a major tournament, right? You want to fight to the bitter end, even if it seems hopeless.
Yep.
And even then,
Exactly.
like, you just by playing it out, he at least gets a feel for maybe Hawk's playstyle or something. So there is at least some information he can kind of gather from trying to play it out, even though it's hopeless.
Second Evo chamber coming up. Another
Yeah,
hatchery in
Hawk
the
is going to be
third.
playing it safe and transition into just kind of a late game with this massive advantage.
There's the 2
Double
starports.
starports coming down post 12 minutes. It's pretty painful, right? Like you want vessels out by now a lot of the time.
Couple more hatcheries going up in the main, it looks like.
Yeah, Perro gonna pivot this army towards the bottom right, but there's already lurkers and a Nidus Canal up there. And he's just kind of walking around this army. Just it feels bad at this moment, right? Even in like a normal game, if you have like a big bio ball, but they got the lurker set up and everything, and you're just waiting on your vessels, it feels painful because you know Zerg behind that is just happily droning up and teching up, and you're just waiting for your vessels. And you're like, well, I got map control for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, a bit of a supply block on Hawk here. Oh, Defiler's out. 4 Defilers coming.
Oh yeah, that's another thing
Still that supply block.
Hawk talks about. Hawk, he likes to talk about just making a lot of Defiler instead of trying to manage your like 2, 3, 4 Defiler prop like perfectly. He is a big fan of just making like huge wads of Defiler all at once. Obviously, it's really gas intensive, but it's kind of a safe way of going about it, I guess. Almost like a more simple way of doing it, you know. Yeah, we see he's got 6 Defiler out right now.
5 hatches in the 2 main bases, with 3 in the third. You think Hawk should have taken that expo right out there of that bottom right corner?
I think he's not in a hurry in this case. I mean, he knows how far ahead he is, and he doesn't want to like come down the ramp and risk it, right? Because he knows he's invincible as long as he's above the ramps right now with this massive lead. So I think he's just thinking, let's not do anything crazy or risky. Let's just get our tech up. Let's get our lurkers. Let's get our defiler, and then I can take the extra base when I want. Because there's always kind of that chance, you know, if he comes down with defiler and he walks into like a stem bio, or the lurkers before defiler walks into like a bunch of stem, he can actually lose a bunch of lurkers and. Yeah, I think this is just a safer way. He feels like he's got the guaranteed win as long as he doesn't do anything, you know, doesn't make any major mistakes.
There's now a 40 supply.
Yeah, which is
2
always...
Defilers in the bottom right, 4 here. Plague goes down, it's a good
Plague.
Plague. Another good one.
Yeah. All of this bio extremely squishy. I think we're going to see the swarm now and just these Ewlings come in and threaten this entire bio ball here. And that's also going to drain all the energy of those medics too.
Yeah, just push the base now and it's going to be over. Before did we get 2 vessels out yet or just still in the way? Looks like it's still in the way.
Yeah, we went
2
straight for drop.
Oh.
I actually really like this, so I think it's hopeless. Maybe I'm wrong, but I actually really like this because dropships is actually your best comeback mechanic in this matchup. There's not many like once you're behind comeback mechanics for Terran, but the multiple dropship, like if you do like 4 dropship play, there is a chance of being able to break positions. That being said, Hawk has like a really good setup, and we do have the 2 vessels behind these 2 dropships. We've also got all these mutas on the left side protecting that. Bottom right looks pretty hard to break as well with the lurkers and defiler there. So, but I like the idea. I think going for drops is actually smart.
Hawk has a good spread too of overlords on the map to see a drop coming.
Yeah, he's got good map vision right now.
There's the 2 vessels.
Man, Hawk is eating Perro's bio alive with these plagues.
Plays are brutal.
And
You're already
finally,
on the
our first
Tyler.
radius
Another
going
one.
down at 16 minutes. It's brutal.
Here's the fourth base. Top right.
Yeah,
I'm trying to do a hidden base for Perro.
yeah. I think Perro's trying to do the things that he needs to try to do to come back.
Yep.
So I don't hate it
Yeah.
from him. Hidden base,
Nope.
going for dropships, even though like we're not really able to find any open spots for these dropships. We kind of didn't even go for it, which I think is all in all like fine, because like you said, Hawk's vision is so good. Um, yeah, this hidden base is like kind of a potential. Hidden bases are always like a good comeback potential, right? If you're really far behind, I don't ever hate that.
That
Finally
overlord at the
lit up
top will
dropship.
spot the SCV transfer if he tries it for the third base.
Hmm. Upgrades. We do have 2-1 upgrades for the Terran. What is our Zerg armor at right now? Also at 2 armor, so just kind of even there. But if you're even, I
Other
mean,
plague.
you're relatively happy, I think, as Zerg being on even upgrades. It's when you're down that 1 upgrade is when it's really dangerous, but yeah, I
Scourge
just don't
coming to
see
get the
anything
vessels.
going wrong for Hawk. Yeah, these vessels softened up by the plague, gonna get hit by these Scourge and cleaned up. Lings jumping on top of this bio, already softened up from all these plagues as well. Dropship's gonna come in, but we just have this muta. I love preserving these muta like Hawk did as well. I see a lot of Zergs sometimes, they just keep, with those initial muta, they just keep trying to harass and like poke, and they get like evaded and picked off over time. I love it when I see a Zerg
Those,
save their mutas for this.
yeah, those muted were deep in the red too, and now they're fully healed. It looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's very important to preserve these muta for anti-drop play.
And that is
Perro,
the
100
spot that you
supply.
dropped to.
Yeah, yeah. Perro down,
Six
just
racks.
sitting around 100 supply versus the 170 of Hawk right now. We're just kind of waiting for Hawk to stop torturing his opponent at this point. He's been so far ahead. We see Perro shaking
Yeah.
his head, knowing that everything's just going horribly wrong for him. And here come the ultras. Truly the game closers.
More Scourge get the vessels. There goes two. 2 out of 3. Oh, there goes the last one.
Yeah, not a single ultra
Oh,
going
there's
down yet.
GG.
GG. Hawk gonna take game 1 pretty convincingly.
Yeah, once the Muta got on top of the barracks, that's when it all went downhill.
Yeah,
I've
I
had that
see
happen to
Zerg do
me.
this quite
Not good.
often. Yeah, this is something, and I've been seeing it more often lately. It's interesting because Terran players tell me they're like, "Oh, you need your buyout on the map so that the mutas have to stay home, and that way they can't commit to your base." But I see this so often now where you do that, and then Zerg will just flood your barracks and make like 5, 6 sunkens. Um, Realistically, you need to identify that quickly and come back, I think, because if Zerg makes that many sunkens, that's actually really good damage as long as you're not taking a bunch of damage at home. It's just you need to be able to identify it very, very quickly, I think.
Yeah, usually the Muta will come, and then they get a big advantage. They'll be like, "Oh, Zerglings, here they come."
Hmm.
Take out all the turrets, and then there goes your mate, your natural, and then yeah, that's GG for sure.
Yeah. All right, so with Hawk taking that game, that means he gets to veto a map, and then PerroFlaco is going to pick the next map that they'll be playing on. And okay, so Hawk did ban Death Valley. I kind of expected that. We might still see, I feel like maybe Eclipse. I know Zerg players typically don't like 2-player maps that much, and Eclipse obviously it's been around for a while, so a lot of players are pretty comfortable on it. So I'm curious to see what map PerroFlaco is going to go with. Could also
Yeah, it should be
be, well,
interesting here.
I was going to say Dominator, but a lot of Terrans don't like Dominator because the meter harass on that map can be very hard to deal with.
Looks like he's going with Eclipse.
Was it Eclipse? Okay, that's kind of what I was expecting.
For game 2 here, getting into it. All right, let's go into game 2.
Sorry, yeah, we're not quite ready for game 2 yet, so we're just gonna hang out for a minute while the players are getting ready. I didn't see this. Unusual things that people don't know about you. Hawk, he likes to cheese. That's actually really funny because I literally was talking last game about how he doesn't ever cheese. He's like super standard and predictable. And then here we are. Maybe I'm wrong. Hawk thinks that I'm wrong.
Playing Broodwar since 8 years old. No wonder he's so far ahead of us. I think I started when I was 14, I want to say.
Yeah, I did. For me personally, I wanted to play when the game first came out, but I actually my brothers, you know how brothers are, they knew that I wanted to play so badly, so they would hide the CD from me every time they went to school or something, so that I couldn't play.
That's not cool. I was
So
on
that's the only
dial-up
reason
when
I'm
I
being
first
held back.
played.
Oh yeah, yeah, the good old
Yep.
days, man.
Good old dial-up back in the day, getting on. I was so happy when I had 3 bars a leg. Those were the days.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Then when the parents had to use the phone, get off. I'm like, oh, I want to play though.
All right, looks like our players are ready, guys, so we can jump into game 2 here on Eclipse of Hawk versus Perro.
All right, top right, we have PerroFlaco.
And spawning here in the bottom left, crushing game 1, we have Hawk.
Yeah, and then you did see in the map stats, looks like Terran has won the majority of the games on there. 55%, I believe the stat was.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just 2-player maps. I feel like are usually good for Terran. You just get that early scout, right? That's kind of the main thing is just getting that early scout, so you can optimize your build according to what Zerg does. So it's pretty much always going to be Terran favored on the opener. I mean, if you get to go 15 CC against 12 hatch, you're actually pretty happy as Terran. So I'm curious to see if maybe Peril will just do the same Marine into CC anyway. I'm gonna do that 16 CC that he did. And you
Yeah, I
know,
think we'll see
I would
standard
say
again
that
from both.
yeah, I was gonna say I would say that I think we'll see a 12 hatch from Hawk, but after reading him saying that he likes to cheese, maybe he'll prove me wrong at some point.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
It's a pretty early scout too from Hawk, like very early.
Probably scouting for any
So,
pair X play first.
oh, you know what? I wonder if he's looking for an Arax. He might be looking for an Arax and maybe do something responsive. I'm not sure. I feel like I've never seen Zerg scout this early, so I don't know exactly. He might just be even looking to be annoying with the drone harass. Honestly, like maybe he just feels like he's. Oh,
Or CC
that's true.
first.
It could be a 13 CC. Yeah, but even then, it would be a little bit early for a 13 CC. But yeah, gonna get in here. Gonna spot the barracks. I see we're gonna jump on top of this drone right away. And we do see that 12 hatch come down for Hawk behind this.
Drone harassing the SCV.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can imagine Hawk has pretty good drone harass. But he's been getting a little bit unlucky with the bounces, actually. The bounces have been, like, perfect for Perro. Never my SCVs, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's not an Artosis SCV. That's a good one. Forever employed as an SCV.
Yeah, and Perro done a pretty good job of staying on top of the drone as well. You want to make sure that
Yeah,
you're
these
getting a
one
little bit of your kind of semi-moving
back and
shots.
forth. There we go. Another drone out. Quick third this time. Third before gas. Here it
Yeah, the
comes.
drone's out a little bit early.
17 CC for Perro. Imagine gas would be next, going for the Academy Rush.
Yeah,
I
Perro
think
did
this is a
see this
single digit
drone.
gas game.
Mm-hmm. Perro did see this drone leave, so he should be aware that it's going to be a pretty quick third here from Hawk. Would love for him to go confirm that, though, and it looks like that is what he's going to do. So good awareness from Perro, just kind of making sure. Paying attention to the drone movement, going to make sure that this third hatchery is here. And
Here comes the drone to make that SCV run away.
I wonder if that drone threw him off a little bit, because he didn't go. He was going to go scout, and then he came back when he saw that drone. I'm wondering if he's thinking that's the drone that he saw leave. There's a chance that he's actually misreading this now. I mean, maybe he knows, of course, but there's a small chance that he's actually misreading what this opening is now.
2 racks play. Oh, 2
Yeah,
racks
no
before
gas
gas
though.
even.
Yeah. So it's going
I'll
to be a
delay the
lot of
medics a little bit.
Marines. Yeah, A-Ling's on the way. We have a bunker starting for Perro. This is an interesting kind of opener from both players, I feel. We got this really fast hatchery. We got more Lings than normal. And we got 2 racks before gas, which I feel like I very rarely am seeing 2 racks before gas nowadays.
I think Perro read that same thing we did, that he likes to cheese, and he's like, something's weird here. I'm getting set up for it.
All right, so
No
is going to come
cheese.
up here and confirm, sees the 3rd hatchery finish, so won't be confused about that. I was a little bit worried about that, so I'm glad he did confirm that at least.
Layer tech coming for the
And
third.
I'm wondering if Hawk maybe wants to do something like really heavy Muta style with this really third or early third, or maybe he just wants to go into. I know usually when you're on 3 gas or 3 base like this, a lot of Zergs will play that Hydra Lurker Defiler style, and I think that is a good style to play on this map. It's really hard to get a 4th gas on this map, so you do see a lot of the Hydra Lurker on this one.
I think Perro saw it was 8 Lings that were hatched, so that's why he got the bunker. Then he's thinking, oh, he's going to cheese me, like speed Ling run by. So that's why he did the bunker.
Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, I do like the bunker response. I mean, if I saw that many Lings, I'd probably do the same thing. But he's done a good job of keeping those SCV kind of out and scouting constantly, just checking the drones, checking the link counts, things like that. So this is actually really good movement by Perro with the SCV. And yeah, we have our first two medics coming out now. We have a bunch of Lings kind of here at the front with this bio, but there's enough bio, especially these 2 medics, to easily clean up those Marines. But a lot of Lings being made from Hawk, like a lot of Lings. And
Perro had
still
2
2
eBay
Sunkens with it
coming
as
through.
well.
Was that
Was
on
it double
purpose? He had 2
eBay?
eBay? Yeah. He had one on the right and then one on top.
Okay. Yeah, this
I
might
think he
be an
might have
accident,
forgot.
or he's doing something kind of wild, but it feels like an accident.
Secret 1-1 timing build. Here it is.
Got some special tactics. All right, so we're gonna get that this kind of stem push here, but we have a lot of Lings flanking here. Looks like I think he scanned the 3rd, so I didn't
Where
actually
you going, medics?
look there. Picking off a
There you
couple
go,
Lings. Do we have
medics.
any Sunkens? We have at least 1 Sunken, maybe 2. Yeah, 2 Sunkens on the high ground, so this will easily hold as well. So Hawk very safe here.
Third one coming up even. That's very safe too. Muta's coming.
I was gonna say, there's no way Pro's gonna try to break that, right?
Well, canceled that one.
Barracks
Canceled
3
third
and
zone.
4 on the way. I'm curious. Are both eBays blinking right now? I'm actually curious about that. 3 Marines gonna stem forward and move command into these Lings. A small donation from Perro to Hawk.
Looks like 4 racks. Now getting a factory. Ah, that one on top was blinking. I think they're both blinking.
And
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
they're
just
both
gonna have
going.
this strong 1-1 timing, I guess. Again, I don't know if this was on purpose or not, but we're gonna make use of it regardless. And there's their 3rd gas up and running for Hawk. Mita's out, coming across the field right now. And
Turret's
Perro
coming
is
up.
pretty much at home with his bio ball, so Hawk's going to be able to harass with these Mita as he sees fit. Just 5 Mita right now, though, so nothing too scary yet. With 5 Mita, we're not really going to be diving the SCVs. So just going to track the bio a little bit. Going to stay on the outside here. Some scans go down from Perro. Scans a natural, sees a 3 Sunken, sees more drones. This is always a good scan to do because you want to see if Zerg's making Lings along with their Mutas or not. Because if they're doing that, they're looking to crush your bio ball, right? So if you see a bunch of drones, it makes it a little bit safer to come out and keep re-adding to your bio force. But if you're seeing like Lings being made with the Muta, that's when you got to be a little bit cautious.
Big snipe on a
Decent damage on the
Marine.
Muta. I do feel like Perro's a little bit trigger happy with the stem sometimes. It's kind of sucking all the energy out of his medics.
Yeah, especially when it's only 5 Mutalis. That's not like a full commit.
Yeah, this is a very small mutant count, and I wonder if he's like recognized that he's not adding mutas anymore. So this is going to be. It was going quickly for lurkers, I assume. We're going to get into that Hydra lurker style pretty early.
+1 attack is done. So that +1 armor,
There
there
it
it
is.
is. Here it is. Here's
All
the
right, well,
1/1 push.
this is a timing that we have. I don't know if it's what we were going for, but this is a timing that we have. So Hawk's going to be trying to buy a little bit of time with these kind of lings behind, catching reinforcements maybe. Muta's going to catch these stray medics. Medics just always kind of wandering off on their own like this.
Those are the atrocious medics getting ahead of the game.
Hmm.
They have their own mind.
They're just so eager to kill, they always run ahead.
Yep.
Alright, we hear lurkers burrowing, so that means all this bio isn't going to be getting anything done. It sounds like a lot of lurkers going down. So
I
this,
feel like there should be at least 2 to 3 more medics in this group. I know he sniped 1, but it feels small for... But it will take 3 hits for the Sunkens to hit the 1/1, the 1 armor Marines.
One thing that I kind of
changes
like...
mind.
Did we make a tank? I thought we made a tank. Or we're making tanks, at least. I thought we had one already. Okay, yeah,
There's 2.
Okay, so we got a couple. Yeah, so this I think is kind of what we're hoping for. There's going to be a window here, actually, where we kind of have a tank push timing with our 1/1 bio. And
Yeah,
I like that he actually
evil
saved
chambers
up a couple tanks. Yeah. I like that he saved a couple tanks before pushing across, because it can be very easy for Zerg to be sniping like 1 or 2 tanks, but we have the Greater Spire on the way, so that's actually going to put a timer on this. I kind of love this response from Hawk, actually. Because waiting for Defiler would be pretty sketchy, but going straight into Guardians actually kind of fixes the whole problem here.
The Mutas have +1 attack at all?
I'd imagine not, since he wasn't going...
The full commit, yeah. But it will take 3 volleys from the Guardians to kill the Marines then. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just trying to make a couple of Sunkens forward to try and buy some time, but this is definitely a little bit of a scary timing here for Hawk until that Greater Spire finishes and the Guardians finish. Definitely a timer being put on him with these tanks, and yeah, he's just going to keep making Sunkens to keep trying to buy time, just preventing the tanks
from
shooting
the lurkers
as much
as he can. Right now.
One muta going down.
Don't jump the gun. +1 armor for Zerg is done.
Yeah, we got 3 tanks here now, so they're going to start chewing through these Sunkens and Lurkers pretty quickly. They are on the right side a little bit, so they're a little bit in danger, but Hawk's not going to go for it because our Greater Spire is finished, so we're going straight into the Guardians now.
5 Guardians on the way on the right side there. 2 more mutas that could be Guardians. Oh, flank from the top. Lurkers burrow. I have old Lurkers burrow. That's just a good flank.
Wow.
Should get the tanks. Yep. Just a few Marines left. That was good. I mean, that was a good push by Terran.
I'm surprised he went for this.
Flank.
Yeah, that was pretty scary looking. I'm surprised Hawk went for this bust right before his Guardians finished. It kind of turns into, well, now what with the Guardians? I guess we're going to try to go kill him now for them, right?
He's got a lot of Marines coming again. Maybe leave him for defense. Does he have Defiler Mount coming up? Now's the time to build it. Oh, not yet. Yeah, so this is very defensive then for now. You can't go Guardians in the middle of the map. That's Marines will just shred them, won't they?
It depends. I mean, if your Lurkers are covering them, it's still fine. But he's got to do something with these Guardians. I feel like you don't really want a bunch of defensive Guardians for the kind of SK Terran style.
Is the Scourge ready?
So we see Hawk coming across the map. Yeah, you see all these Lurkers walking with the Guardians. Here come the vessels irradiating, gonna knock out 2 of these Guardians at least. We hear that stem forward, but they gotta be careful because we do, like I said, have these Lurkers covering. But great targeting from Perro, actually, killing 3 Lurkers and losing only a couple Marines so far. And kind of what you mentioned earlier, you know, the air not having those upgrades do mean it's 3 shots to kill these Marines with the Guardians. And actually the same for Lurkers as well, right?
Yep, same for Lurkers as well.
The Hawk continuing to push forward with these Lurkers. Good volley there, gets a lot of the bio.
There goes the
Vessels exposed on the outside.
Nice.
Yeah, big mistake there from Perro. I don't know though. This army from Hawk getting a ton of value. The bio ball getting it dwindled down, but only a few lurkers left over. Gonna target this tank down.
Nice.
Nice little
Good
kind
use
of
of those
snap
Guardians.
micro there from Hawk. All right, well, we're down to, I guess, 2 Guardians. One just kind of living on the edge there. Lurker's getting a little bit low. There's an
Well, plus
irradiate
one
on
attack
the
for
higher health one.
plus one attack for Zerg is done, so that'll help. Plus 2 attack for the Terran is done as well. I'm guessing the armor is coming shortly.
Yeah,
A lot
he
of
is going
money
to
on
defend.
PerroFlaco, 2,500.
If he can push this back and kind of clean this up and get his own 30, he's actually in a really good spot. We just got to get a lot of value out of these vessels. We don't really need to rush breaking through this. Oh, well, I say that, but we actually have 3 more hatcheries and defilers out for Hawk. So we got to be a little bit careful because, yeah, here comes the defiler. And once we start getting the swarms in our natural, it actually could just be game over. Comes out and cleans up a couple more Guardian or Lurkers there. But cubes around, Dark Swarm coming down. We're killing our own bunker instead of getting inside of it. Swarm, yeah, this might actually just be game over. I mean, so many games, right? You see them like this where it's Terran can be in a good position or a playable position at least, but once the Swarm start hitting the natural, it gets really hard to play.
Yeah, there's nowhere to move, no way to get your spread of your Marines to shoot them. Dark Swarm, you can't even hit them. Fire bats are doing okay on the top. 6 hatched in the main.
Yeah, kind of crazy. It's interesting. Hawk always has what we like to call Hawk takes, okay? And this is definitely one of Hawk's takes in practice. He's a firm believer that Zergs just don't have enough larvae. That's the only problem. So instead of taking a 4th base, he makes 7 macro hatcheries. Yeah, gonna jump on top of the CC and deny those. Yeah, and honestly, I mean, this is good enough for Hawk, right? We denied the 3rd, and we're keeping him in his main base. Perro, like you said, though, is floating a lot of money. If this money was spent, I actually wouldn't completely hate his position right now, because I feel like he'd be able to break out. I mean, that's 60 more Marines right there, right?
Yeah, that's, he'd be up 50 supply.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably would have gotten his natural push with the Dark Swarm. Totally different game. This is why you macro, everyone.
Yeah, can be kind of hard sometimes with Hawk leaning on you, but gonna call GG. Hawk gonna take the 2-0 win in this first series. Not entirely unexpected, but I did really like this push that Perro went for. I feel like I had a lot of potential. I definitely could see this beating a lot of other Zergs.
Yeah, that was a great push. 3 tank timing. That flank didn't happen on the top. I think the Terran would have won.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of things we could have done a little bit better. Like maybe we spotted it, but yeah, definitely caught him off guard, this big flank. But I think the Guardians would have cleaned it up anyway. I really love that response from Hawk, but he just saw that he didn't even need the Guardians anymore. He just decided to pounce on it early, and yeah, cleaned it up pretty nicely.
Yeah, we're 2 decent games. Now the next
yeah, so that's going to put Hawk into the winners round here. It is going to be on Death Valley too, so I'll be interested to see him playing that. Of course, a lot of people are going to be vetoing Death Valley, but not going to have an option today in the winners match.
That's good. We'll see some Death Valley play. It's an interesting map, like you said. Will they go down the bottom side of the map or take the right side? Probably the bottom is best for Zerg. More expos.
Yeah,
Zerg goes to the bottom of the bracket.
Yep, and our next match we're gonna have that PvP Dienmax versus Jumper. I do feel like this is probably Dienmax favored. I know Dienmax he's a little bit unorthodox as well, but Jumper is too. So if we could get some crazy games between those two, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some weird stuff.
I'm here for the weird stuff, PvP. Let's see some DT rushes. Let's see some Reavers. Let's see it all.
Yeah, I don't like PvP that much, but if people are gonna be making it weird, then I can definitely get behind it.
Let's try some like one base carrier. Let's try that.
Yeah, actually, let's take a short break here. I just need a few minutes.
Yeah,
Get some
sure.
snacks and maybe drink some water, that kind of thing. Get my voice, make sure my voice holds out for the night. All right, guys, welcome back. We're getting ready to jump into our game here. Looks like both players are just about ready. We have Dienmax versus Jumper. Mm-hmm. Yep, so we got Jumper and Dienmax coming up. Winner's going to get Hawk. Loser going to go down to the loser's bracket and play PerroFlaco on Polestar. My gut tells me Dienmax is probably favored in this one, but I mean, Jumper is always a bit of a wild card. And I think they're both around the same level on ladder as well, so it could be a very close series.
Yeah, Dienmax 35% versus Protoss, so this should be interesting. Let's see some crazy stuff. Not just the Reavers, let's just do some DTs, some one-base carrier stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if he gets that wild, but I don't think I see Reaver out of him too often. I think both players actually do a lot of 10-12 gate. Both players, as you see here as it comes up, both players are fans of DeWalt and Bonneth. Bonneth does, is kind of a big advocate of the 3 Zealot 10-12. So I think we'll definitely be seeing some 2 gates here in this game, or this series. All right, looks like our players are ready. So we're going to be hopping into our first game here on Metropolis of Jumper versus Dienmax.
Game. All right, top left we have Jumper.
Yep. And the bottom left here we have Dienmax.
Jumper already set it for high latency, so that's good. With
yeah,
the lag,
I'm actually
you go to gate.
With the lag, you're more likely to go Zealots, I feel.
Perfect.
It gets harder and harder to the microgun, so yeah, they're gonna be playing on the extra high 16. That is something I was gonna mention earlier in Jumper. Yeah, we kind of got people all over the planet on this game, so latency might be a little bit rough. But that's what we like to see. It makes PvP even more fun. And already we have... Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I thought maybe we were going a little bit more forward. So we're going to drop that pylon here near our ramp. And this does... I mean, this could be anything, of course, but if you're going to go for that 10-12, you do typically want that pylon close to the ramp to get your Zealots as close to the opponent as possible on spawn.
Telling you, we're doing carriers.
I wouldn't hold my breath for carriers, but it would be fun to see for sure.
With all that open ground on the top and the bottom of the base, carriers. All that ridge area.
All right, so both players doing Gateway Scout, so neither one being very greedy. That already kind of indicates that it's not going to be a 10-12 from either player. And yeah, we see the gas come down for Jumper there.
Checking for the middle for proxies. Oh, both of them crisscross. Oh, now they know where they are. Perfect scouting.
That's an interesting way of first scouting each other, but I like it.
Gas going up for both players.
So identical openings for both players right now.
No, 2 gate.
Jumper's gas was a little bit quicker. And now I kind of would like to see a them skipping the 14 Zealot. I think skipping the 14 Zealot when you see this from your opponent's actually pretty good to do.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think
we did get the
Dienmax getting it, yeah.
Okay, both players gonna get it anyway. Well, okay, let me backtrack a little bit on that. One of the reasons you would do it is in case you're getting Manor Pylon. And it's not like it's terrible to have, right? I personally like continuing the pro production over getting that Zealot because, there's nothing early coming, so you don't really need it for anything, as long as you maybe would just be blocking the Manor Pylon, but Zealot's gonna come out and start chasing these probes around. And obviously you want to keep this probe alive as long as possible. You're looking for things like to make sure range is spinning. You don't want to see like you're checking for any early Citadel, which we do see from Jumper. I'm assuming he killed the probe before we dropped that. So Dienmax maybe a little bit unaware. And yeah, this is exactly what I mean. As soon as that probe goes down, you don't know what's happening anymore. They're pretty much open to do whatever they want. You have no idea.
Especially on this big map where they have that extra space to do some proxy tech.
Yep.
Just where that pylon was built by Dienmax, way up there. Also good for
Yeah,
the
it's a nice
shuttle
little...
drop if it's coming.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good spotting pylon for Reavers or anything like that.
Yeah, Dienmax going with the range, and then, yeah, Jumper went Citadel first.
Yeah, the only thing for Jumper that's a little bit weird maybe was that he didn't identify the third pylon, but I think when you see the goon, you see the core spinning at the correct time, so he should know that there's nothing crazy going on. We do see that 1 gate robo coming down for Dienmax, so he should be relatively safe against these DT.
Yeah, the timing should be right on time for the Observer.
Yeah, the only thing is sometimes things get a little bit kind of tricky and dicey with the DT, especially if you don't know that it's coming.
Yeah, play it safe. Don't go for the Reaver first. Get the Observer out.
Yeah, we see these two
Two
goons
goons
pushing
going to
forward.
poke.
And this actually can be good for Dienmax. If he's paying attention, he'll recognize that the range timing is not correct for Jumper, so he could poke in to check for that. It's just a little bit dangerous, obviously, because if you poke in and there are a bunch of goons up there, you're just going to take a bunch of free damage and lose some units.
First DT out.
And already he sees this DT. Gonna hop on top of this goon, actually. Almost kill it. But he sees a DT walking across the map, and I'm sure he noticed that. But the observatory's almost done. He'll definitely have enough time to get the observer out. And I'm going to just pick off the Zealot, and he's going to come back home now. So this is pretty DN favored at this moment. Especially because typically when you're doing like a DT opener, you kind of like to do a Nexus behind it. But we're not going to have that option here for Jumper. Dienmax is going to block this ramp to try and buy a little bit of time. Now, the only thing I'm worried about is we don't have enough units to fight the DT, even if we can see it right now. And there's the Observer popping up, but actually going to lose 3 probes. This is pretty good damage. 4 probes. Good drill to prevent losing more probes already, but losing 4 probes, not that bad for Jumper. That being said, Dienmax still up even in supply here. He's going to have a pretty good Dragoon count with this Observer. And we'll see what Jumper wants to do next. We're sitting on 600 minerals about right now. So not sure what he's thinking or planning.
Rather get the Nexus, which probably not a good idea with them having an Observer. But he's probably going to play defensively, maybe keep it at home. So maybe you could get the Nexus out quick, get the Forge up, get some cannons. I imagine getting Storm behind this.
Yeah, I don't know what we're banking this money for. I thought maybe we'd at least see a couple, gateways come down or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, like you said, he can't take... Okay, so we're going to go for Mind Control, I think, for the Reaver. This is the game plan. This is a Jumper thing. I don't hate it. Yeah, there's the extra gateways coming down now. Okay, so the game plan is we're going to 4-gate Goon, and we're going to Mind Control the Shuttle and capture the Reaver. That's what we're going to try to go for.
This is what I'm talking about.
It's going to be extremely hard to hide this, but he is going to tuck in that top right, so pretty smart from him. Dienmax going straight across to see if there's a Nexus. Going to see that there's no Nexus. Now, there's no way for Jumper to kill this Observer, so he's just going to have to keep that Dark Archon tucked very far away. He's showing 4 gates, so it's like, hey, I got 4 gates here. Here's all my tech. You don't need to scout anywhere else. And yeah, it's actually going to work. Dienmax is going to come back to the ramp. Yep. Do we have Goon range? I'm not sure if we have Goon range for Jumper.
It was
okay,
yeah.
He does have it. Okay. I did miss that.
Just waiting on that energy for Mind Control.
Yeah, so his game plan is literally just defend, and we're going to try to catch the shuttle with the Reavers. I love this. This is what I wanted to see.
It's no carriers, but it'll do.
Bit of a Star Wars meme reference for you there. It's over. He's got the high ground. Zealot's actually coming out, so we're gonna see. Yeah, I think it's actually really good, and you don't see it very often, but I think it's really good to mix in a few Zealots with your goons against Reaver, because the Reavers tend to shoot the Zealots and not splash your goons, which are much more important.
Needs 30 more energy for the mind control.
Alright, gonna try and mine out this mineral patch. But Reaver not gonna let it happen. Gonna get a couple pot shots here. There goes the probe. Poor fella. And here we go. It's gonna come down to, can we catch this shuttle with the Reaver inside of it? We got 15 energy to go. Dienmax gonna be chipping away, unaware of what could be coming to pounce on him very, very soon. You actually want 2 Reavers here as jumper, ironically. Gonna come down and mind control's ready. And there it is. Gonna kill the Reaver. Unfortunately, don't get it with the shuttle. And we're not really able to come down the ramp yet still, though. We really kind of need to mine this patch out. Okay, there's Zealot speed done, so we need the Zealots to go first. I'd really love to see him mine this patch before he tries, but we're going to go before doing so. He is going to push this back, though, and Dienmax is going to fall back. Like I said, though, he has that extra Reaver. He still has a shuttle, so Jumper is pretty much all in here. We got 2 Reavers, actually. This does not look good for Jumper. It's a fun play, but we don't get to keep the Reaver. If we got to keep the Reaver, I'd actually would really like it if we got the shuttle and Reaver, and he'd be in a fantastic spot. But it was always gonna be hard to get the Reaver and keep it alive. Good body block.
Yeah, it needs a good shuttle snipe with the Reavers in.
Yeah, and with these 2 Reavers in this army here, I don't see how Jumper's gonna break this position. Reaver's getting a lot of damage done to this army.
No expo behind it. Oh, he's getting his own Reaver. He's got Robotech.
Sure.
Or speed drop, I guess.
Yeah, we're pretty far away from the... Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, we're pretty far from getting our next mind control, but there still might be a window that if we got a second mind control off and caught these Reavers, that'd be pretty huge. But one thing that is killing Jumper right now is that we just have this observer in our base and no way of handling it. So Dienmax is going to fly straight into the mineral line from a position that would normally be ill-advised, but in this case, going to be very, very powerful.
And yeah, then let's go. Jumper coming in with the attack. Got the Reaver down there.
Yeah, this is a good call from Jumper because he knows he's just losing everything. He doesn't have a way of dealing with this, so he might as well try to bust this position with the Reaver missing. But it looks like Dienmax is just...
blue.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hold. Especially with that extra Reaver coming down. And GG, Dienmax going to take this first game against Jumper. We got to see some creativeness, which we expected.
There we go. Yeah, that was good. That's what we wanted. Well, yeah, I wanted it anyway.
there was definitely potential in what Jumper is doing. I saw the vision. It's just very hard to execute, especially if Dienmax is paying attention.
I thought about that too. Mind control PvP to get rid of the shuttle and the Reavers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a great comeback idea. I've seen it sometimes being implemented. It can just completely swing a game that seems unwinnable. Where you go from, oh no, I have 0 Reavers and you got 2. Oh wait, I've got 2 Reavers and you have 0.
If only works though. Trying to establish a new meta, Jumper.
Yeah, I respect it. Looks like Dienmax gonna ban Eclipse. That's kind of interesting. And Jumper is the kind of guy that would pick Death Valley in response to that, so we might get to see an early Death Valley series.
It's like Radion for game 2.
That's really surprising. So a very standard map, probably the most standard map.
Maybe to do DT again, but go expand with it in the back.
Yeah, it kind of depends, right, on Radion, especially this crawl spawns. Crawl spawn on this map is like an insane travel distance, so you can get away with some pretty weird stuff. Crawl spawn PvP. So we'll see what Jumper is thinking when he picks this map. I'm kind of curious. I'm very surprised. I didn't expect him to pick something so standard.
Maybe we'll see 2 gate in the middle.
Maybe. Or maybe like at 12 or 6. Middle's almost too predictable.
Someone's got a cheese.
Yeah, surely.
At
Well,
least once.
alright, looks like the players are just about ready here.
You think Jumper still has those 25 Bitcoins?
Oh yeah, I did hear about this. That's so crazy, man. No, he spent it. He bought he won those bitcoins and he bought a pizza with it. All right, looks like our players are ready, so the game's going to be starting. We're going to be hopping into game 2 of Jumper vs Dienmax on Radeon.
All right, looks like top right we have Dienmax.
And in the bottom right, probably unfortunately for Jumper, not cross spawns. But we have Jumper from where is he from again? Was it Thailand? Yeah, okay, he's from Thailand.
Dienmax from
not many...
Chile or Peru?
I have no idea.
Peru, okay. Peru.
All right. So we don't have many at least I'm aware of basically 0 players from Thailand, StarCraft players.
Yeah, I just know Jumper. Yep.
Yeah, so Solo carrying the scene on his back.
Just like back in the day, it was Japan didn't really have that many players, but there were some for, you know, China, South Korea, of course. But Japan didn't really have too many.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Broodwar's growing, man. It's coming back to life.
It's coming back everywhere.
I believe it.
Best RTS ever.
We are actually getting a little bit more traffic lately with StarCraft 2 kind of dying off. We have a lot of new people coming in. I've actually had a lot of people coming in and asking me, you know, where they should start to learn. All right, so this time from Jumper, we have the no scout off gateway and the forward gateways here. This is pointing much more towards a 10-12 gate. And I'm just wrong.
One gas, one gate.
All right, I was hoping. So this is going to be a little bit of a greedier scout, which I think is honestly almost always good to do in this matchup. That being said, Dienmax is going to get lucky and get that first scout on Radeon, so that'll be nice information for him.
At least the gas just means shenanigans. So someone's going to go DT. Maybe Dienmax will try it this time.
Man, I can't believe neither of these players went 10-12. I was so convinced that's what we'd be seeing. On the ladder, they do it all the time. But maybe, yeah, maybe it's just, they know that about each other, so they're just trying to play a little bit different, you know?
Both getting the Zealot.
Yeah, both going to be making the Zealot. So nothing too weird happening yet. Just nice standard, you know, first 2.5 minutes of PvP. One thing that does kind of suck for Jumper is because he didn't go for the earlier scout and he's not going to get the first scout as well. Okay, we see the Citadel. So there we go.
Hey, what did I tell you?
Somebody's going DT. Yeah. And in Dienmax, I like this for Dienmax here because Jumper did go for that kind of greedier scout, which I know I said I do like. There is also the consequence of just not getting the information right because Dienmax is going to be able to block his ramp, so Jumper is not going to be able to get any information on what is coming. So typically, if you don't have information, the safest thing to do is what Dienmax did, where you just go straight into Robo.
Robo, yep. Robo, get that Observer. Stop the DT. And go Reaver. Scout Probe's dead. Here comes a DT tech. There it is. Fire Chives. Second gateway should be coming down for Dienmax shortly, I would imagine.
This should be the Robo dropping here for a Jumper.
There's the Robo.
And this Robo positioning tells me this could be a Crawl Expand from Jumper, which I think Crawl Expand is a very, very powerful build that I feel like is kind of underused. And yeah, it's actually funny. We basically just have reverse builds from the 2 different players from the first game. So we'll see if Jumper can execute it as well as Dienmax did. Maybe this is just the favored build. I mean, I feel like it is favored for the Robo player in this case.
Yep.
But
Got
Dienmax...
the 0 up to get the DT. Will Dienmax get the mind control, though? You have to, right?
That I don't think. I feel like that's going to be a Jumper move.
He should get it. Oh, 3-gate.
Yeah, one difference as well with what Jumper is doing is Dienmax, he was able to come out with those goons and get pretty good value with them in the beginning as well, like getting a couple units. You know, got one goon like super low, killed that Zealot, so he's not going to get any additional value, but Jumper did still kill 4 probes. But because Jumper stayed home, he's going to be able to block his ramp a lot longer. What's the... I assume our observatory's done by now, right? I didn't see it start, but I assume it's done. Yeah, there we go. So, and with it being Radion, it's pretty decent travel distance, so I think Jumper is going to take 0 damage here. But as you pointed out, a difference is Dienmax did go for that 3-gate follow-up.
No other DTs either.
And here comes the DT, right as the observer pops out. Perfect timing for Jumper, so this is very, very nice for Jumper. Going to be able to pick this DT off as well, so we're very, very happy right now. And going to be pushing straight across the map, which you're basically pushing across the map to deny the natural. But the natural wasn't being taken as actually a 3-gate behind us, which is a very unique follow-up behind us, but I suspect we're going to see either a Nexus or a Robo Bay from Jumper. Looks like with that probe coming out, it's going to be a Nexus. The poking here, gonna see all these goons. It does actually have more goons than Dienmax at the moment, so we're gonna be able to push him further
Jumper.
back.
Range is
yeah, this is looking great for Jumper. Gonna get a goon picked off as well. And yeah, we're taking a Nexus behind this. He's gonna be able to fly into the main now and see what's happening. I assume we're gonna start this Nexus very soon. Yeah, and so there it comes. We see the Robo starting. A little bit of a mistake from Jumper, that goon almost going down. And yeah, the roles are just completely reversed now, right? We have now Jumper taking the Nexus with the Observer in his base and no way for Dienmax to hide anything he's doing.
No mind control, though.
Yeah, what a disappointment, huh?
It is. Every PvP should just be mind control versus Reaver.
Dienmax doing a great job, though, using this ramp to get additional damage on these goons and kind of soften everything up. And Jumper feeling a little bit uncomfortable, going to run back home now. Yeah, we got Reavers on the way.
We have a couple more gateways from Jumper coming here shortly, right? Get that expo going, get the gateways pumping.
Yeah, we actually have a supply block for Jumper. He's going to make this shield battery back here. He's a little bit worried about the kind of 3-gate bust, I think. But I think Dienmax is going to be dropping a Nexus, and yeah, there it comes down now. But as you mentioned, Jumper kind of once again floating a bunch of money. A little bit late on adding his extra gateways. But sees this army coming across the map. I mean, Jumper should be safe. I assume we have a Reaver popping up pretty soon as well.
Yeah, it should be shortly here.
Yep. There it is.
There it is. Shield banner will infinitely keep it alive. As long as you click.
Thinking of taking a quick third behind this. But gonna get that probe picked off. Does get a goon for it though, so all in all a good trade for Dienmax there. But yeah, kind of I don't hate it, you know, like he knows he's behind. We do have is this a DT drop maybe? Yeah, I didn't see what was loaded in it. We'll see what the shuttle can get done. I don't think Jumper knows this is coming either, especially with all these goons here in the front distracting him. I'm thinking this is DTs. Yeah. Jumper did spot it.
Main here.
But we need the observer to move in with it. Yeah, he brought the goons, but not the detection.
2, 3, 4. Right, 5 kills on the DT, not bad.
Yeah, it's 5 kills, and we made him do this transfer, and he wasn't mining optimally. Now we have to transfer it back. And honestly, Dienmax has kind of brought this game to even And if he gets Storm out, I would even say he has the tech advantage.
100%.
Yeah, so Dienmax has done a great job making this game playable. Whereas, you know, last game, Jumper struggled with it a little bit more. So good play from Dienmax. I love this kind of like fake pressure with the DT drop. And I think that play alone got him kind of back in the game. Economically, we're like very even now.
Fourth gate going up for Jumper. Dienmax still on 3. I imagine he'll be popping a few down with the 500 minerals coming in.
Gonna be
Dienmax
pushing in here
for the
with this
attack.
army, gonna pick off. Mm-hmm. It looks like a relatively even trade, maybe a slightly Jumper favorite. Is going to be coming in, I think, with these Reavers here on this probe line, so could potentially get some good kills with the targeting. Good first shot. Second one looks like it's going to dud.
Gotta go with it.
Kind of walking away from our Reavers a little bit, so a little bit scary. Does dodge that volley, so really nice from Jumper. And going
so
to be able to clean these goons up, actually.
4.
More goons popping
5
out.
kills.
I would say that wasn't great for Jumper, all in all. I mean, losing that shuttle and 2 Reavers is not worth how much we killed, but he is pushing forward with all these goons. He's going to get flanked, though, actually. He's going to get sandwiched between these 2 armies here at the natural. With reinforcements coming out for... Yeah, with these reinforcements coming out, Dienmax is going to clean this up pretty easily. And now I'm starting to worry for Jumper. I think we tried to get a little too fancy with this Reaver drop because if we just pushed head on with these 2 Reavers and these goons, I actually think we could have got way, way more value.
Yeah,
kind of greeting for the probe kills.
At the front would have been way better.
I mean, I've been there before, right? Where it's like I see that they're like wide open, and it's like, man, if I can just kill their entire probe line, I can just win the game like this. So I get it, kind of getting tempted by what looks to be a vulnerable probe line.
Dienmax going to 6 gates. No
yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen. Yeah, I was just about to mention that. I'm actually really surprised we haven't seen any Templar yet. Because storm drops too, right? I mean, we could have been doing storm drops on these naturals even.
He's going mind control.
I don't think it's happening, man.
Shuttle's out for Jumper, so we can pick the Reaver up, but yeah, there's nothing to go out with.
This might be a storm drop with the shuttle.
Shuttle coming in here on the Expo.
Oh, that's Reaver. Wow, I didn't even realize we were making Reaver. My bad. So yeah, this Reaver going to find more damage than Jumper's 2 Reavers already. Is going to be looking away from this because he's worried about getting his defenses set up for this push coming from Jumper. It looks like Jumper going into the main with a shuttle again. And wow, that Reaver got so much value. Now the shuttle, kind of in a bad spot, can't even be a part of the fight. I'm wondering if that was maybe a hotkey error or... Yeah. Not looking good for Jumper. We're falling pretty far behind, down about 20 supply now. Yeah, I don't know if this is maybe a hotkey error, or if we maybe looked away and forgot about it, but that shuttle kind of ended up just in Narnia in the middle of Dienmax's base, away from everything.
Two Reavers in it, even.
Yeah, use the shield battery to heal up that shuttle. I like that a lot, because that shuttle was dangerously low.
2 hits from death.
Yeah. I mean, again, it feels like Jumper has, you know, kind of the better army composition. He's just been having a hard time, you know, using it properly on his attacks here. Looks like we're gonna kind of fall back, regroup, and try it again here, pushing on now with the 2 Reavers and the Dragoons again. But once again, kind of walking just in a straight line into each other. A little bit awkward. Great angle for Dienmax to start this fight. But yeah, with these two Reavers going to push this back, I imagine Dienmax, we did see one Reaver earlier. He's probably getting a shuttle, maybe a second Reaver first, but he's at least going to have that to fall back on, but going to be fighting away from his Reaver against these two Reavers. Trying to target. We're actually, yeah, we're crawling. Oh, no,
Low
we picked
Reaver
up my
coming.
Reaver right as the shuttle died. And Reaver crawling into this battle. Not even shooting, just wanted to show up to watch. And yeah, Dienmax going to hold that off. Trying to be sneaky with his DT. But Jumper doing a great job of just always having at least one observer back at home to make sure nothing like that happens. That being said, Dienmax, he does have two Reavers out. He's pushing Jumper all the way back to his base. We're up 30 supply right now, and I think with a shuttle coming out, essentially to pick up those two Reavers, this push could be deadly. That being said, he's fighting a little bit too early. Takes a bad trade there.
Dienmax
We do
getting
have
the
the shield
third
battery
base.
behind.
They're just fly up.
Yeah, it's a good position for Dienmax for sure. He's got
Yeah, if he
Jumper
just
pushed
pushes
back
with
and taking this trade.
those two Reavers, it's probably gonna be game. The Jumper has
Yeah.
no Reavers.
And this might actually just be the end. We do pick off that shuttle, but we still have all these Reavers and Goons behind us.
Speed Zeal coming in soon, or coming in as well. Nowhere to micro.
Yeah, targeting that Reaver down. Does get one good shot with that Reaver before it dies, but there's still two Reavers and a ton of Goons left over. Even pulling the probes off the probe line, thinking maybe if I can hold this, I can play, but little does he know, Dienmax has his third up behind us, and yeah, GG is going to be called. Dienmax is going to take the 2-0.
So Dienmax versus Hawk for the semis.
Yeah, that's
Still
kind of a
Hawk
feels
favored,
bad
but
game series for Jumper there. He kind of lost both sides of the two different builds, so yeah, that's a little bit painful. Doesn't give you a whole lot of hope if you end up meeting him again later in the brackets, but or maybe Jumper can clean things up a bit because he definitely had some chances this game for sure.
yep. Yeah, like you said, if he would have pushed with the Reavers that he had instead of doing the drop,
Mm-hmm.
could have went a completely different way.
Yeah, I think that was a big moment.
Both matches had different. If he would have done it a little bit different, what would have happened? Could have been a completely different outcome.
Yeah. So with that win, we're moving Dienmax to the winners bracket here against Hawk on Death Valley for that first game. Going to be pretty exciting. And Jumper jumping down to the lower bracket, going to be playing against PerroFlaco for elimination. On Polestar, too. I actually really like Polestar. I think it's been a good map. It looks like both of the Blizzard games are going to be on Polestar as well.
Yeah, Pulsar's a good map. I like that one too. Should be interesting for that PerroFlaco and Jumper matchup.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, while we wait for the players to get kind of ready and settled in, we're going to take another short break. We're going to take about a 3-minute break here, so we'll make it a little bit quicker than last time. All right, guys, welcome back. We are getting ready to go into game one here of the winners bracket between Hawk and Dienmax.
On Death Valley. Should be fun.
Yeah, it's exciting. I have not seen a PvZ on this map yet, actually, so I don't even know exactly what to expect. Should be pretty
You're not
interesting.
watching ASL? Oh, spoiler.
Oh, no, I guess I did see. Okay, yeah, sorry, I did see that game, yeah. And it was a
But that was the
crazy
only
game,
one.
so hopefully we can get something more like that again. I know basically nothing about Dienmax's PvZ. I've never seen it before, but I've watched Hawk play a fair amount, so yeah, I'll be interested to see if Dienmax can really hang with Hawk. Like I did mention earlier, Hawk is very heavily favored in today's tournament, but maybe Dienmax can pull something out here.
Now we'll see the cheese. As his name states, he likes the cheese. It's right there. I like the cheese.
Yeah, you can't say that you like the cheese and that's something people don't know about you and then not do it once.
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
All right, looks like our players are just about ready.
Would it benefit to speedling on here and destroy the assimilators?
I feel like not really. Okay, looks like our players are ready, so we're gonna go ahead and jump into the first game here on Death Valley between Hawk and Dienmax.
All right, bottom right, we have Hawk, the Zerg player.
Yeah, and then top left we have Dienmax, the winner of the PvP between him and Jumper. So to address your question,
The stats for 75% Protoss win rate.
Oh wow, seems good. I actually thought this would be a decent Zerg map, but
Same.
maybe I'm just thinking ZVT. ZVT, I feel like it could be strong, but yeah, like I said, very little ZVP that I've seen. But I'm surprised it's that heavily Protoss favored right now.
Right there it is. 4-12.
And looks like he's gonna take this this forward base. So you asked the question about making speedlings to kill these assimilators. I think it's really not that good to do. Because they're not really hindering Protoss that much. It's not like Troy, right, where you kill the assimilators and they're just trapped in their base, right?
Right.
You kill the assimilators and it's just trapping them out of one side of the map, which is really only basically 2 bases that the opponent can take, which isn't that big a deal in the grand scheme of things. And you know they still have the left side of the map, which is much more important. So I actually like that about the map design here.
Overpool versus Forge Expand.
Yeah, pretty standard. I mean, you will see a lot of gate expand as well. I kind of thought this would be a gate expand map, but Dienmax wanted to go for that forge.
Just Scout coming in, going to block the hatch. At least for a little bit.
Yeah, good initial damage on this probe. Gonna make him throw that pylon down. Because it's taking so many hits, right, he can't really justify stalling with the probe that much, because it's just going to go down too quickly. So a lot of times you'll see that pylon come down really early when that's happening to your probe.
I believe you can cannon rush the back, but I don't think that's happening with that pylon block on the hatch.
Oh, comes back for the reblock and the re-pylon.
One.
Yeah, this is nice that he got this off, because now he can cancel the second time, right? And this is going to make that expansion pop just so delayed. And on this map especially, this is really strong, because if they're trying to take this base, then... Oh, we even lost the scouting drone. Like, this is a bad start for Hawk so far. And even made 6 lings.
Looking good. Yeah, he's
wow.
Dienmax getting the second cannon. Smart move.
Yeah, I love the second cannon.
But, yep.
Yeah, anytime you see lings, then I love seeing the 2 cannon, yeah, like you're saying. Gonna hop the drone here to take that base relatively quickly. Pretty expected. But I mean, this has been a good start for Dienmax for sure.
Yeah, that was a great stall on the hatch.
Hmm. Yeah, and being allowed to cancel both pylons. I mean, getting 6 lings out. Gas can be pretty late here from Hawk, actually, as our observer is pointing out.
I was gonna say he's gonna go 4 or 5 hatch, and then get
Yeah,
the gas, but not so.
Hawk may be a little bit thrown off by this early game. It's kind of the first time we've seen Hawk bleed tonight. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
I like this ling spread. He knows that probe is back there, and he does not want this thing to come into scout.
Can you
Dienmax
build in that
going.
top right corner?
I actually don't know. You probably can, maybe, would be my guess, but I don't know for sure. Could be a crazy place. Yeah, it looks like some of them might be buildable.
Proxy
Definitely.
DT over there.
Is it even proxy anymore? It's so far away. I don't know if I'd call it a proxy.
Hidden DT.
There you go. Hidden DT. I'm with that one.
You know who would do that, right? Tasteless would do that.
He probably would. Faceless is not someone I would tell people to copy, I guess. Alright, everything else looking pretty standard so far. Pretty decent Stargate timing here for Dienmax. And it's just going to be that Hydra from Hawk. Looks like we're skipping layer, yeah. Just going
973
for...
coming? Oh, with the 4th hatch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hawk has said that 973 is a bad build, which that's what we call a Hawk take, okay? Nobody else on the planet would call 973 a bad build.
That's why he's going to 24 drones. He's at 993. Nope. 4,
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much he wants
4.
to draw on before he starts pumping out a bunch of Hydra. It could just be maybe a few defensive Hydras for the Corsair initially, and then back into drone. But yeah, I'm really interested to see where he's going with this.
No +1 attack at all for the Protoss either? For ground weapons? Was it spinning? Not yet. I mean, I can see doing the hatch to, get the forge quick, and then, since you're on 4 hatch, pumping drones.
Yeah, looks like he was making a few more drones now. Cell's gonna be coming out here. We do have that kind of 3 Zealot spike. The push outs you're kind of looking for a lot of times with Zealots is 3 and 5 early on. Yeah, I like there's just single scouting Hydra over here to make sure there was no crazy third base or anything like that going down for Dienmax. And one nice thing about what Hawk did, he's going to be able to defend this. He doesn't need to make any sunkens. Oh, good body blocking with his lings. Wow, great movement. Getting 2 Zealots completely for free. And now we're going to have to see those extra cannons come down. Going to be able to get this Overlord at least before we kind of head into his base to see what's coming. But this is like a 4-hatch Hydra build. This is not like a major commitment from Hawk by any means. It's going to be able to lean on Dienmax and put a bit of pressure on him. And yeah, as I said, we're seeing a bunch of drones behind us. So this is going to make Dienmax he's going to have to make more cannons, right? And then
you probably need a couple more
as well. And makes a few Hydras behind this as well to protect his Overlord. So Hawk kind of covering all of his bases. It's a little bit supply block though. And yeah, this is really annoying now. Gonna lose this Forge. These Corsair. Gonna see kind of all these unused larvae. Drone count. It's a little bit... Yeah, the layer tech's a good thing for Dienmax to confirm here, so it knows that there's not gonna be like anything crazy behind this. Like, it's not more and more Hydras floating across the field, right? So he's able to stop at 4 cannons. So pretty good response from Dienmax, I think, kind of minimizing the amount of cannons that he makes. Gonna rebuild it. Looks like just 1 Forge. A lot of times you see a double Forge response to losing that first Forge before you get the upgrade.
No Templar Archives yet.
Yeah, it looks like he's just planning on throwing down a ton of Zealots, potentially.
Yeah, 6
kind of pressuring that way.
Hive is done. I'm sure Lurker's coming. Hawk gonna take
Fourth base
another
on the
base.
way. Yeah, he's taking a fourth, and he's got a draw in position to take a fifth. It might be just kind of sit there, and we'll go back to it when we're ready. Although he just moved it up a little bit more, so if he takes it now, that'd be pretty insane.
I mean, I can see it happening too. They haven't mined the minerals to go out, to the back.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what he'd be thinking, right? There's no threat on this
Yep.
side of the map yet.
Yep.
Dienmax did go up to, okay, it's continuing Corsair production, which is actually going to be good for him. We did see that Spire come down for Hawk, so he's probably going to do a little bit of a kind of a muta swap to catch Templar, except that we're not making Templar. Yeah, really annoying, actually.
There it is.
That Hydra being there is incredibly annoying, because we like have to make Dragoons to be able to mine this out. I didn't even think about this and how annoying this would be to deal with. We see Zealots floating across the map with these Corsair, but there's a lot of Hydras here with a couple of Sunkens. Is that two? That's two Sunkens, right? Even making a third.
Yep, two Sunkens. One's under the Overlords. Third one coming.
Yeah. Bunch of drones popped. I don't know if that's confidence or craziness, but yeah, he's gonna make a bunch of drones behind this push out, so everything going great for Hawk once again. I know supplies a little bit behind for Zerg, that's pretty normal, and this is part of the issue. Dienmax kind of bulldogging through that, just getting the minerals mined anyway, yeah. Enough missed shots made it where he was able to mine it out. I don't even know that he lost any probes, which is kind of wild. And this is a little bit scary for Hawk now, because this fourth base is extremely exposed. We have no Sunkens or anything like that on that side.
Yeah, you get the fourth and the fifth base.
Mm-hmm. We do have Lurkers out.
Scared's gonna pop them.
Yeah.
Got all but one.
Nice pickup from Hawk. A single Corsair. Now if there's mutas that come out on the field, there's basically no answer for Dienmax. And we've got defensive Lurker set up. Robo only not even halfway done. Although no Lurkers here yet at this base, so
yeah, Belt's coming
maybe gonna find a little bit of damage.
Gonna get that hatchery before
This hatchery's gone.
Yep, not the hatch.
Good pickup from Dienmax. Gonna get that hatchery and run. Unfortunately for him, Hawk just has another base to go and send these drones to. Unless he wants to...
He forgot about the fifth, I think, but he had it.
Alright, there he goes. He's sending them now. But I mean, third finishing for Dienmax, and when you're on 3 guys as Protoss against Lair Tech Zerg, it actually feels pretty good. Because you can go really heavy Goon Storm from here.
Yep. 7 gates coming. Looks like 8, actually, so that's good. It's normal.
Yeah, the only thing I'd be worried about for Dienmax is if Hawk pops a bunch of muta. There's no anti-air.
Yeah,
other than Goons, which are
Templars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Goons are terrible at killing mutas fast enough. I don't know, Dienmax playing pretty well. He's getting a nice army composition built up here. Big
going to 9
flood of gateways as well. Yeah, there's the muta. This is the part that might be a problem for Dienmax.
Looked like he had 3. There's a Templar there defending, but he had 3 with the main army, I believe. Yep. 4. Oh, another one defending third. This is when you need Maelstrom.
Well, that's exactly it, right? Like, either you're going Corsair or you're going Dark Archon for Maelstrom. It is only 5 meter right now, so not going to be able to get that one volley, but snipes off the one Templar, and then the other Templar kind of missing a Storm a little bit, so good start for Hawk taking out a Templar in a Storm. Did lose 1 muta, I think, right?
Yes,
so
1 muta was done.
More.
Trying again. Ooh. All right, there went 2 more.
Yeah, just down to 2 mutas, so not very scary anymore.
You gotta push with the... Dienmax gotta go, right?
He can lean on Hawk a little bit. You don't want to be too like overzealous and go in too heavy, because that is how you can potentially throw is overextending. But
No lurker
always
set
got
up.
some storms and stuff. Yeah, this is a good timing to bust this base right now.
He's got 2 storms.
I think Hawk's in trouble, guys. Oh, this is a big
Flank's
flank coming in, though. And we've only got 1 storm left. We're probably going to throw in these bottom hydros. Actually, we're going to come back here for this, but yeah.
There it is.
This gets sniped off, but this is part of the problem with kind of overextending a little bit. Like, I don't blame him, because that was a great setup from Hawk on that flank. But you definitely got to be careful.
8 gateways. I guess it is 3, well, 10 gateways actually. It is 3 base. That's good production. How many Templar though?
He's still up about 40
2 more
supplies.
Templar?
Still a little bit of a scary moment. We can get big storms off, and that is a
storm.
good
Another good storm.
And Hawk gonna have to retreat from this position now. But again, Dienmax needs to not overextend here. We don't have any storms right now. Like, this is great trading our army and trading our storms out like this, right? While kind of conserving a lot of our army.
We'll
Got an
get
extra
the 4th
base
base.
coming on the top right. This is looking good for Dienmax, guys. This could be an upset first game.
No Queen's Nest or Hive Tech yet for Zerg. Oh, there's the Queen's Nest.
Yeah, gonna stack this base off, and we're gonna keep Hawk down to 4 bases while taking our own 4th base. This is kind of a Protoss dream right now.
Yeah, it is. 1-2 upgrades, 1-1. Not bad either for upgrades.
Yeah, Dienmax is a little bit behind on upgrades where he'd like to be after losing the Forge. Like I said, he did only go single Forge in response to losing it. Even sending a Templar up here for defending the space, which is always nice to have. It is a little bit open and hard to defend. So I feel like if Hawk identifies that he can bust it, the problem is how far away it is from all of his bases, right? But huge fight breaking out here, up above this ramp.
Nice storm. Well, Templars, of
Oh,
course,
no.
went around the other way. Oh,
Huge
Templars.
mistake.
3 Templars going down.
That was a lot of. That was like 6 storms that just went down for free. He's going to be kicking himself after that one. That was such a huge mistake. He was in such a good position, and losing all of that storm without getting any thrown out there is so painful for Dienmax now.
Does have the 2 Forge, so it should be another upgrader's good.
They're going to push back in for another fight. They need to be dropping storms.
There's a good one. Another good one.
This is when we got to back up. This is a really common. I harp on this all the time when I'm coaching Protoss players and talking about PvZ. When your initial fight's always going to go really well. Yeah, kind of interesting. There's no overlords here, so they're actually going to get a lot of value. But yeah, you see a lot of this in PvZ where Protoss will win the fight initially really well because they have all those storms, right? So like the initial fight's always going to feel fantastic, and you're trading really well, and you're like, man, I just crushed that army, I should keep going, even though I don't have any storms left. And that's where you start losing everything. As Protoss, you're typically fighting until you're out of storms, and then we're backing up if we're not just absolutely crushing the fight. Because the Zerg reinforcement
on 12 gates. Yeah, 2 1 upgrades. One for a 5th base.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of expanding, and he's staying relatively uncontested with the expansions. So he does have that going for him. Gonna try and sneak some DTs in here, but Hawk, ever vigilant, does have an Overlord over here to detect this.
Got 1 drone kill, 2. 3.
Yeah, he found a sweet spot to pick off some of these drones. So just a little minor nuisance there for Hawk. High tech should be finished by now. I imagine we're getting towards well, I was hoping maybe Defiler, but looks like no Defiler. I guess there's been a lot of fighting going on, but we are starting to make lings. We're going to start seeing Adrenaline and Ling upgrades now. And setting up to bust this 5th base, and Dienmax did not know this was coming.
Yeah, that 5th base going down. Only... Alright, three Templar.
Yeah, not a whole lot of storm here, but
Nice
he's getting
storm.
pretty good storms. Yeah, he may not have many, but he is doing a good job of landing them. Another great
Another
storm on
good
these
one.
hydros. But is it
Save
too much?
the storm. Save the
With
High
the
Templar, don't merge them.
Yeah. With the reinforcements coming in for Dienmax on these cannons, he is going to be able to deflect this at least.
Yeah, with more storm coming in. Should have Hive Tech and Defiler coming though.
He's got a Hive Tech, but he's not going into Defiler this
No
game. He's
Defiler?
probably just doing it for upgrades and Adrenal.
Just Hydroling.
Yeah, just Hydroling Lurker for now. Man,
Sniping
Dienmax
the
huge
storm.
storms. So, alright, is this going to be another moment, right? Is Dienmax going to keep going, or are we going to chill out? Because... Okay, good. This is what I want to see, because you see all this, right? He just got a great
Two
trade.
upgrades on the
If he
Zerg.
walked down into that,
One.
it would be eaten alive.
1-2 on the Protoss. You can't, yeah, you can't go here. There's no storm.
Yeah, 2 Hydras just kind of up here in this this top base. Kind of
Taking a holiday up there, taking a vacation.
Actually poking the probes here. Kind of funny. All right, we're gonna have this kind of weird semi-base trading moment here. We got Hawk going to the 12 o'clock base while Dienmax going to bottom left. So Dienmax just gonna abandon this.
That base is done.
Nice form.
Base trade? Base trade's coming.
Yeah, I feel like this is
Better for the
sure.
Zerg,
I'm not
though.
really sure who this favors. Yeah, typically I would say it favors Zerg. Dienmax does have a lot of army. I think there's very little storm down here. Yeah, a bunch of our storm at the top of our bases right now. Just this one Templar with one storm at the moment.
Available. 3 Templar there. Oh, some Lurkers coming up. That'll really help against the Archons too and the Zealot.
Yeah, pretty good storms again. Dienmax consistently having good storms this game. But
here's a good one.
A lot of Templar getting picked off here though. But I mean, Hawk's supply, he hasn't really been able to get over 100 supply much. This base pretty well defended as well, and like I said, very far away, so hard for Hawk to commit to breaking that, so he kind of has to just let this one go. Hawk mining up his natural and main at this point, so he's going to be on basically 3 base mining. Dienmax,
yeah, Protoss needs to expand again.
Yeah, if he retakes this base uncontested, it still looks great for Dienmax, honestly. Like,
Yep.
I'm really surprised he kind of pulled it back. I thought after those Templar went down like they did, that the game might actually just end. But he's just been trading really well.
Looks like Hawk gonna hit that expansion up top. Top right.
Yeah, he's gonna try, but I don't think it's gonna work. There's 2 Templar alone.
I don't think it's gonna work either.
Yeah, this is really well
It's
defended
almost
by
maxed High Templar.
Yeah, and here we go. Like I said, we threw some army up there, and Dienmax pushing into this base, and a bunch of our army is missing at the moment. For Hawk, gonna get some storms on these Hydras and Lurkers. That storm hitting 3 Lurkers.
Protoss should be able to get that base.
It's gonna be close.
Target fire.
I think with the reinforcements
Target the
coming in.
hatch.
Oh, huge storm.
Oh, good storm.
And is going to be able to finish
There it
off
is.
that hatchery. Things looking kind
Another
of dire
DT
for
over
Hawk. He's now just on 2 base mining, and I think that 3rd base is also very, very low. I don't think there's many drones on it at the moment. Yeah, very close to mining out there. So he's about to be on just 1 base mining, which is, what, 5, 6 drones on it at the moment. Got this extra base, just about to finish at least. But this game has been a scrap.
Yeah, this has been good. 2 drones just sitting there.
Well, we got 3 attack on our melee here for Hawk already.
See, if this would have been those 4 or 5 DT like earlier, he would have had that hatchery.
True. He's going to try and
That is
cut
a
off these zealots.
lot
He's
of
going to
Dark
pick that
Temple.
off. I'm not seeing many outs for Hawk at the moment. There's no way for him to break this new base that just came up at 9 o'clock.
The only way would be to drop the main and hit the gateway production.
It's hard though, right? I mean, Dienmax has been kind of skirting around here with the Goon Storm constantly, so that could be a huge risk as well.
You need more defensive position on his expansions.
I was gonna mention this earlier.
Good.
I would have loved to see high ground lurkers, and yeah, of course, Hawk gonna recognize this could be a potentially good play. So this is really, really good. Would have been nice, obviously, if he could have done this a lot sooner, because the base is almost mined out now. But this is still at least really
This is
annoying.
going to work wonderfully.
Mm-hmm.
One on each side. That's perfect. Look at that. The army supplies are almost even.
Yeah, Hawk's bringing it back still, and now with plagues coming out, he can start trading really, really well if he can get some nice plagues. Got a few of the zealots and goons here, so decent, but there's a lot of storms coming up here from the Dienmax. These zealots are going to melt very, very quickly. Yeah, great play from Hawk denying this. Like I said, if this happened a bit earlier, I would have loved it for Hawk. And these Ling's going to trade well. They're very well upgraded now. They're Adrenal, they're 2-3. Man, the supply has stayed so even this whole game. Which typically is good for Zerg. Yeah, Hawk gonna clean this up.
I think that Protoss base is going to finally kick in here and get that supply back up for them, for Dienmax.
Yeah, I think the issue though is that I'm not sure
Just
about
got to mass up and go.
Left.
That's too many High Templar there. Need more fighting units. Comes a flag coming in. There it is. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to play against Archons. They're so big, and plaguing an Archon is like the most pointless thing on the planet. Dienmax gonna deny this base on the left side. Hawk still staying even on supply. I think Dienmax maybe getting close to mining out this other base on the left side, but he's taking another base behind that.
Yeah, no observer.
Mm-hmm.
Coming, it's lagging behind. No speed on the observer? Oh yeah, it does.
Another good trade for Hawk there. Cut a lot of army. It's really, really important, I think, that he denies this base right here that's coming up. If he can deny that base, then Dienmax is just on one base mining, and it's unplayable. Hawk actually has a lot of mineral patches to work with, at least. So he's got a bit more longevity in this game for sure. Dienmax kind of fighting for scraps at the moment.
Hawk's taking that base bottom left again too.
There's been so much non-stop fighting. The players still
Hawk is ahead in supply.
27 minutes.
The Zerg is ahead now though. Yeah, needs to transfer those probes over. Needs to transfer those probes. Needed to get that mining again too.
And those Lurkers getting 25 kills between them. Kind of insane. Another nice plague. And this is how Zerg can get a lot of their value in the late game. Is with these big plagues. Kind of softening the army up and just making them useless against the Ling Lurker.
Good storm.
Good storm, but it was still a really good cleanup for Hawk. We're starting to see him take a bit of a supply lead. Dienmax still not mining from this base that finished quite a while ago, and I think that's starting to hurt him quite a bit. He just now noticed and started the transfer, and maybe a little bit of a hotkey mistake there, and stopping our transfer. Okay, there he goes. He did fix it.
Still didn't take out those 2 lurkers yet either.
Yeah, well, I think at this point there's no need to worry about it anymore. It's just not worth the effort and the attention. The base is basically mined out anyway. Ooh, Observer getting picked off. These lurkers gonna be finishing up. And yeah, gonna have to retreat because we don't have an Observer here. But the army is also just very tiny. It's like mostly Templar. I think so. That's a great storm. But now everything exposed. Lurkers.
There we go.
High Templar gonna go down. And Dienmax looking... Yeah, not looking great for Dienmax now.
Yeah.
Hawk finally starting to kind of wrangle control of this game. Yeah, look how healthy his mining is now. Oh, Hawk doesn't actually realize his face is here. Yeah, I was kind of wondering why we didn't pounce on that at some point. It's because he's just not quite seeing it, unfortunately. He's like a pixel off.
If only he got the Overlord sight range upgrade.
DT heading for this base. He does have an Overlord there to spot it, but nothing there to fight at the moment. See how quick it reacts. Very quickly,
fast.
actually. But 3 drones going to go down. Going to be a 4th, a 5th, a 6th. So
wow.
At least annoying for sure for Hawk. He's still in a great position, but it's something of a start for Dienmax.
That one needed at least 25 kills.
Yeah.
Wow. The DT can't hit that defiler? Oh, it's on move command?
Yeah, gonna pick off that defiler, but
11 kills on that. What's the other lurker out for kills? 11 on that one? Oh yeah, there's no
14.
point.
It's 14 on the
14? Oh, 25. Look at that. Magic number. Droning up.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's a really good sign if at this point in the game you're comfortable dropping, you know,
Like
10 plus
all those
drones.
hatches down there had drones popping out.
Yeah.
He's up 50 supply now.
Yeah, he's done such a good job of stabilizing.
Complete flip of, 10 minutes ago.
Man, it's kind of crazy. It looked so bad for Hawk at multiple points,
Yep.
but he just kind of hung in there and managed to claw his way back into this game. So great play from Hawk coming back from behind like that.
Yeah, really good play
Capitalized on
from
a
Hawk.
few.
Coming back.
Yeah, capitalized on a few mistakes that Dienmax made. Kind of started with those high Templar. Dienmax played a great game up to that point, and then just a few slip-ups.
Yeah, I think that's when it turned, was the High Templar went the wrong way and got killed by all those lurkers.
Yeah, exactly.
It was setting up a nice defensive perimeter.
Yeah, I think Hawk is just... He doesn't want to overdo it, like a way you can lose at this point because it's been so scrappy is by attacking into like a fortified position is losing everything. I think he's just happy with the game state and what the map split was at this point.
Yep, exactly.
Huge plague. Yeah, and he's just planning on getting as much value as he can out of these defiler, and that's a lot of value right there. I mean, all those units are now useless in the next fight. Is he actually planning on... We sent the observer over here. I don't know if he's planning on actually doing something about that. He started making probes there again. He's getting a little bit desperate, so it looks like he might actually try to clean that up just to get the last little bit of minerals out of it.
Plague coming. That was okay, Plague. Another Plague coming. Another one coming. Here it comes. There's a good one.
Yeah, very good plague. I mean, Dienmax has 115 supply of like completely useless army at this point. It feels bad.
Only one observer with too, so you just hit the observer and can't do anything. Here comes, hit the observer. See?
Yep.
No more storm. It's GG after this.
I will say, Dienmax has had good storms this entire game.
Yeah,
see, look at those, look at those Dragoons just absolutely melt once something starts touching them. Dienmax still sub 100 supply, Hawk 170. And now we're going to see this huge swarm head towards his base, and I don't feel like there's any way Dienmax can hold on to it. We are starting to clean up these lurkers, but that really doesn't matter at this point. This base is pretty much everything to Dienmax at this point, and Hawk knows it. Kind of picked away at the army, got everything.
Now. No observer.
And GG. Hawk clawed his way back in this game. So really good play from Hawk coming back. Holy.
Yeah, that could have been Dienmax's game. But those Templar, they're like Maddox. They have a mind of their own sometimes. They went completely the other way.
Yeah, that is one thing about Death Valley is the pathing can be a little bit weird with all like the high ground, low ground, and the map split and everything. So you got to be a little bit careful kind of managing your pathing like that, or you can get mistakes like that.
Yeah, if he would have hit from the bottom side where the high Templar were coming from, like if he had other units down there, but he told them to go up and around, would have been better just to hit and meet in the middle, get that flank attack. But I don't know if he fully knew that they were there yet. I think he did. That's why he, waited there for them to come.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what Hawk's map ban is going to be after that because... Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I wanted to see what his ban would be because Death Valley's off the table, and I feel like a lot of Zergs would be banning Eclipse in ZVP. But yeah, I'm curious to see what it's going to be.
Yep, no Eclipse. As expected.
Yeah, a little bit of a funny exchange here. So I always thought it was going to be an Eclipse ban anyway, but funnily enough, Dienmax actually preemptively said Eclipse, and then Hawk was like, I ban Eclipse. So pretty funny little interaction. I think that's what it would have been anyway, but yeah, kind of funny to see.
Yeah, what other map? Metropolis?
Yeah, maybe like Radion or something, but I mean, kind of a lot of the other maps. You don't really want bigger maps against Zerg a lot of times, so yeah, we'll see what Dienmax wants to go with.
Dominator?
And yeah, I'm actually like really interested in this next game now. Like Dienmax did such a good job. Like everything went so well for him. I was genuinely impressed, honestly, with his early game. His early game was
he was
about as good as you could have hoped for.
Well. Mm-hmm.
So if he can just have another like strong early game like this and just kind of clean up his late game, mid game a little bit more, he can easily take a game off Hawk.
Yep. Hawk did delay the hive tech though. I don't foresee him doing that the next game.
Yeah, I think the delayed hive tech was just because it was such a scrappy game. I mean, they literally fought nonstop for 30 minutes. It pretty much never ended. So.
Yep. Yeah, looks like Dominator.
Yeah, so we are going to get Dominator for our game 2 here. Dienmax likes collecting one-piece figures, mainly Mihawk, Shinx. I don't really know much about One Piece, but that's kind of interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
All right.
No cheese yet, remember. We haven't had cheese.
Yeah, where's this cheese I was promised, Hawk?
Here it is.
You kind of lied to me. All right, looks like our players are ready. So we're going to hop into game 2 here on Dominator of Hawk versus Dienmax.
All right, looks like at the top we have Hawk.
The hero. The NA hero Hawk. In the bottom spawn here, we have Dienmax. Played a great early game last game. Would love to see him continue that on and continue to make Hawk work for his wins. Yeah, I was really happy to see that.
Yeah, we'll see, Forge Expander, he's going to try Gateway. Pretty even map as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious too. I mean, there is like the high ground, there like the reverse ramp, which is kind of annoying to deal with. But but I don't know. I feel like the last game went so well. I expect we'll see another Forge expand from Dienmax.
Yep.
Players like Hawk can also be a little bit scared to go Forge or a Gate first. Also, Hawk did show that he went Overpool, so if nothing else, that might be another reason for Dienmax to kind of lean towards the Forge expand. Not that Gate expand is necessarily bad against Overpool, but it's just more comfortable, I think, going Forge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be Forge. Or, yeah, Forge. Nope. Don't listen to me, everyone.
And it looks like we are getting a hatch first from Hawk. So,
Okay.
yeah, good opening potentially here for Dienmax. So there's another opportunity for a great early game for Dienmax here. And he's going to get the first scout as well, that feels really good.
Yeah, that's what you want is Protoss.
Yeah, Hawk going to be kind of chipping away at this probe, but Dienmax sees the hatchery, and that's pretty much all the information he really needs at this point. Got this low ground drone kind of blocking, but this is also kind of nice, just kind of delaying the mining a little bit more for Hawk. I'm going to sneak in here. Yeah, and just kind of confirm what he should already know, just the pull after the hatch. But it's always good to have the probe in here. You kind of want to see how many lings are being made and keep an eye on gas, things like that. And we're going to be pretty annoying tucking this probe down here because it's going to be able to shoot the probes or the drones through the minerals. And just being very, very annoying.
Yeah, two drones
like I said,
this
is hurting the mining from Hawk quite a bit, pulling multiple probes to be fighting this.
Came back again.
Gonna
get him. Oh, we didn't get him. 2 more hits, I think. Go back for it.
Yeah, it was actually just one tap away. Well, okay, so the probe's
Oh.
going to go down. And losing the probe like this makes a big difference, because the probe with the Zealot helps the fighting so much, because it allows Zealots to kill the Lings in 2 hits with the probe help, as well as drones in 2 hits with probe help.
You should have went back and got that drone.
All right, 6 Lings popping out here for Hawk, but there's a pretty decent spot here for Dienmax to tuck.
Yeah,
Gonna get this
spot.
one Zealot or Ling and kind of hop back here. Really good Zealot movement here from Dienmax. Trading as well as you could hope for. A little bit far on the right side, so the extra Lings are going to get in there. So only going to kill a couple Lings, unfortunately.
Another Zealot coming in.
Zealot showing up. But this can be pretty annoying for Hawk. I mean, that Ling goes down, and we have a couple of our Lings are pretty weak, and there's a nice spot for to tuck. That being said, we made a lot of Zealots, or Lings, so we're going to be potentially flooding this.
Here's the cheese coming. There's more Lings coming out.
Yeah, this looks like it's just going to be a big Ling flood. Yeah, more and more Lings coming out. Nope. I mean, this could just be to deal the Zealot and then potentially drones behind this at least. But yeah, Dienmax is going to have to respect this. Pulling probes. He's actually on the outside of his wall, which is interesting. He wants to protect this gateway, I guess. And I think Hawk caught very off guard. He was not looking. He did not expect the units to be sitting out on the outside of the outside of the wall like that with the probes. I know he had the Overlord there, but I think he was focused on the Zealot in his main. And you know what? This is looking great for Dienmax again. We have forced so many Lings. We have our cannon on the way. We got 3 Zealots plugging this wall. This is another fantastic early game for Dienmax.
Oh, he's got the late gas from Dienmax. No cybernetics core yet, though. We're almost at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, but that's kind of expected when you're doing like a heavy Zealot pressure like this. Because it's going to delay Hawk a lot as well. There's so many Zealots out now. If he pushes out with 5 Zealots, it forces a bunch of Lings again. The only fear, of course, would be this run by its Speedlings, and we only have the 1 cannon. And just as I say that, yeah, the Speedling's actually going to run through. And the Zealot's going to go for a counterattack. This is a lot of Speedlings in here, though. This is going to be hard to deal with. 2 probes going down immediately.
You get a lot of probe kills in here. 1 Zealot won't work against, what is that, 7 Lings?
Yeah, Hawk's probably just going to flood a ton of Lings behind this. He knows that the Zealot counter is coming. And he needs to focus more on that. He's going to be doing a little bit of running around, but he wants to make sure he's just safe at home. Because these Lings are guaranteed to get value.
Hype Tech is done for Zerg as well.
Good drill, but 3, 4, 5, 6 probes go down. A 7th. I mean, Dienmax is basically dead, but we got a lot of zealots up here, not enough lings to defend it yet. Dienmax is going to have to find a lot of damage though to come back. Although the supply looks pretty good actually for him, despite losing so many probes.
So many workers, yeah.
Great drill, but I mean, these zealots still stand strong. Hawk having to make so many lings this game. Is this actually okay? Spire halfway done, actually.
Spire's halfway. I think that'll help.
Yeah.
Gate's almost halfway. Or Stargate, I should say.
But Hawk's drone count's in the gutter from making so many lings.
Ooh, 3 more zealots coming, too.
Yeah, Dienmax is leaning on his
go
not
around?
missing. This gateway has been working overtime. The thing's made like 12 zealots already.
Yeah, it's not missed the production cycle. Lings find these. They're gonna get surrounded.
Yeah, this is a good moment for Hawk right here.
Was that 3 zealots for 3 lings, pretty much?
Yeah, and the big thing is now that we've cleaned up all these zealots, there's no map control anymore for Dienmax, so Hawk can start droning very, very happily. You see that, right? He had enough lings to deal with those zealots. He cleans those zealots up. He's got lings left over, so now he can just pump drone.
Yeah, and has the 5 hatch coming up with 2 more building. So 5 total. I guess the only delay is the second gas is delayed. Oh, two drones on gas on the main? That's not good.
Yeah, well, it might not be a mistake. I think he's kind of optimizing his mineral mining a little bit because he's just trying to play catch up on economy at the moment. He doesn't really need the gas. I don't think he's planning on making any mutas or anything. So just a few defensive skirts for the Corsair while he's just droning up. Now 2 gas for Protoss is definitely a mistake.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I think that's just from the chaos of those speedlings in his base earlier.
Yep.
Loses 1 Scourge with that cannon. Scourge, notoriously low vision range. They're basically blind. You can't see a cannon until after it shoots you. They also have like the worst AI of any unit in the game. Scourge are both amazing and brain dead units.
I mean, Goon is pretty bad.
No, goons are absolutely not. Goons are a control issue. I think goons are amazing if you know how to control them. Alright, so we have 6 hatch here from Hawk, just kind of pumping. I feel like he's very happy now. I don't know if he like fully knows the game state, but he's at least starting to get a little bit comfortable. He's making a few defensive Hydra.
Got Overlord
when
in
he's
his base
ready-
too. No DT stuff coming in. Zealot's coming. They probably won't do anything.
Yeah, he's got a good defensive sunken in each one. Pretty decent Sim City. And with the links here with these Hydras and sunken. Yeah, Dienmax is going to have to pull back. He might check the 3rd, but it's a little bit dangerous with this many units behind him, so I'd be surprised if he actually went up that ramp. Looks like we did fix that gas, which is nice. Templarikov's on the way, banking a bunch of Corsair. Oh, we don't have our +1 yet either, so these Zealots are not scary at all.
It was spinning though.
Yeah, it should be finishing relatively soon, I'd imagine. Drone count's starting to look pretty good for Hawk. We did never fix this gas, so maybe... I think we forgot about it. Maybe it wasn't an optimization, maybe it was just a mistake. But yeah, plenty of units here to deflect this while taking us 4th. And I'm starting to get pretty worried for Dienmax. Hawk is getting really, really healthy in this game. Does have DT with a bunch of Corsairs, so going to focus this Overlord down and let the DT get to work.
Run away.
Hawk actually targeting the Corsair there, even after the Overlord was dead. And this is actually pretty important to do because by killing those Corsair makes it where they can no longer fight against the Scourge anymore. He has to either remake them or just swap into something different. That being said, I think we moved command of those Scourge, so they did die after all.
Yeah, if you pick up the Corsair too, then you can go Muta switch and get the High Templar again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 4 Corsair is a lot less scary than 6 Corsair because, like I said, your Scourge can start connecting with that now. So I really like that call to target them like that. There we go. We see some Muta coming out.
Gonna get that.
Yeah, gonna get that hatchery.
Couple Zealots die. 1 High Templar coming, but that's too many units.
Yeah, another Corsair goes down. Man, Hawk realized he was missing an Overlord here and fixed it again, just as the DT was coming in, so really good awareness from Hawk not to let that happen. That being said, it still, once again, found a little bit of a sweet spot. It's going to kill a few more drones. Chasing these Corsair down, killing every single one of them. Oh boy, and he's remaking Corsair. That hurts so much. If we're remaking Corsair here... Yeah, exactly. Because we're making Corsair here, that means we're going to have less High Templar, less Goons, so... This is kind of the problem with, once your Corsair start dying off, it just eats into the tech units that you want.
Even getting some probes.
He killed... So... What he did there was he killed the trapped probe so that he can't easily stack his Corsair anymore. Even though that probe couldn't mine, but he's going to pick off the Corsair again anyway. This is starting to get brutal for Dienmax.
Even though Dienmax is up, well, you know, I guess it's only 10. He's just playing with his food right now.
Yeah, both players floating the same amount of money, which
Quite
is...
a bit of money, yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of a Zealot run around, not sure what we were hoping to find with just 4 Zealots there. But he finds a bunch of Hydras and gets chased off.
Third base going up for Dienmax. Get the Overlord.
Yeah, and Hawk's starting to take a supply lead now. And at this stage of the game, oh my god, so many drones popping up. Dude, Hawk is so healthy right now, it's insane.
Yeah, he pumped all drones right there.
That being said, we made so many drones. There is a potential small window here. Yeah, exactly. We've made so many drones.
I mean, if he targets it, there you go.
Only 2 Templar though. Okay, 3 more coming in from behind. Like, gets the hatchery, should be pretty happy with that, can back up now. So keeping Hawk on 4 base. Not terrible when we're taking around 3rd.
That's 6 energy. Hide it in 3rd base. Let it rebuild. Now just getting the robotics. I guess there hasn't been any lurker really. Only on what, 6 gateway though?
Oh yeah, gateway count. I mean, he just now got his 3rd, so he can start adding some gateways here. So you're typically, I mean, 6 is a little bit low to begin with too, I guess. Yeah, but he took so much damage earlier. I kind of think that's why we're a bit behind on the gateway count.
That's true.
But Dienmax kind of just sharking around with his army. It's kind of what you want to do. You just, when you have all these Storm Goon, you just want to swing back and forth and kind of look for skirmishes where you can trade your Storm out for army and just make Zerg uncomfortable a bit. Upgrade's very light, just 1 attack, no armor yet for Dienmax.
Yeah, that's really behind.
Yeah, building the 2nd forge now to try and catch up a little bit.
We're just poking around trying to get something done.
Yeah, definitely can't attack into that rally point though. That's terrifying up there.
Could get the top right base, but then the counterattack wouldn't be good. Maybe not. Can definitely
Yeah,
take that on.
top right's definitely his best bet for where he can attack. Oh, Hawk actually not paying attention.
Nice
Huge
farm.
pick off here. A bunch of Hydras go down for free. Gonna pick off that last Corsair. I wonder if Hawk's gonna go back into Muta or not. There's definitely an opportunity to. Oh yeah, we do
Well,
have
those
the
are the same
5.
ones.
Yeah, yeah. Might add a few
Just let
more
him
and
sit
can
like
get
last
some.
game.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna try to get that base. Looks like it. How many
Yeah, it's a bit
observers?
of a
Just one?
scary place to attack into. It's very far away from everything, right? So once he goes in here, it's kind of a commitment.
He's gonna get the observer and he doesn't have another one. Oh, pull back.
They're gonna push into this position here and start to kind of break it. We do have the Mutas now showing up to start targeting these High Templar a little bit. Actually, I guess they're on
Yeah,
A move,
decent
gonna be
scores.
targeting
Oh, look at that
some
flank.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I
Army was
meant, right?
split.
This is such a scary, scary place to attack into because it's one way in and there's no way out. So it gets absolutely swallowed up by Hawk, and Hawk now
Yeah, it's
suddenly up 40 supply.
so narrow in there too. Do we have hive tech at all for the? There's a defiler.
Yep, Hive Tech is done. Defiler Mount on the way, so probably going to be
One
looking towards
attack,
doing kind of more
two
of what he was
melee
doing before.
upgrades, two attack upgrades. Yeah, so Zergs are heading upgrades and tech with, Darkstorm and Plague coming.
Yeah, Hawk has a massive lead now. He was already pretty far ahead, but after crushing that army as cost efficiently as he did, is just not even close. He's so healthy on economy too.
Oh, DT trying to sneak in.
Gonna pick off a couple lings, I guess. Whatever you can get. Yeah, Hawk
Go to
taking
the
this.
third base. He's gonna get those drones by the extractor again. Oh, no.
Yeah, tiny little force here from Dienmax, kind of free for the pickings. One High Templar goes down. Gonna try and chase a little bit of, but I imagine Dienmax actually just doesn't have a lot of army. He's getting into Reavers and he's kind of setting up to defend, but trying to take the 6 o'clock base. But honestly, Hawk has enough. He could just absolutely overwhelm him.
Looks like we're gonna see it.
Yeah, this is not even half of Hawk's
Nice
army, I'm
little-
pretty sure.
Flanking. A couple lurkers getting in there.
Feels like Hawk's playing a little bit of a mini game, just attacking with a small portion of his army.
Now he'll send the rest.
Yeah, here we go.
There
We got
they
this
come.
huge flood.
Lurker, Ling, Hydra.
Dienmax barely holding off that little small attack force is going to be very upset when he sees this. That Hawk still
Might check
maxed
the
coming
6
across the map.
o'clock. Yeah, he's gonna go all the way down. Nope. Doesn't think it's there. Okay. Yeah, Burrow on the high ground. Well. There we go. GG.
GG. Hawk going to take a clean 2-0 over Dienmax. I say clean, the first game was definitely kind of tough, but
Yeah.
kind of swamped him here in the second game, despite the really strong early game from Dienmax again.
Yep.
All right, so Hawk's going to be our winner here. Didn't drop a game. Did make us worry a little bit in the Death Valley game, but a
Yep.
4-0 through the group. Kind of as expected. Hawk did dominate, so it'll be nice to see him playing against the next level of opponents. It's going to be a big step up from here.
For sure. Then we'll get to what? PerroFlaco against Jumper. Could go either
we got
way, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be at least my first time seeing PerroFlaco play TVP, so be nice to see his kind of play style there, jumper. Uh, I've been practicing with Jumper a little bit. Actually, he kind of contacted me and wanted me to help him with his PvT a little bit. So I'm kind of curious if he'll be able to implement any of what we were practicing together.
I don't think we'll see mind control, but carriers maybe.
He can go in a carrier for sure. I think that is a build that he's done before, relatively often. I've seen him do these kind of early carrier builds.
Two base.
But I've seen him do two base. Yeah, I think carrier is kind of his normal style, and he wanted me to help him practice something different because he felt like carrier wasn't very good on a couple of these maps. So we'll
I heard
see.
our
Like I said,
say that carrier was fading out, like in the pro scene,
Mhm.
or wasn't as good as it used to be. Now it's more what shuttle style with storm drops.
Yeah, well, it's because the 5 fact build, right, is just so good against two
Yep,
base carrier that it just
yep.
completely pushed it out of the
The
meta.
timing is superb. Yep. Unless your store can have godly micro, right, for carriers.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, all right, guys, we're gonna take another short break here. Just another like 3 to 5 minutes, something like that. We'll come back with the next series, PerroFlaco versus Jumper.
Chaosu__ is sub with Gosu for 27 months. Good games today.
All right, guys, welcome back. We are ready to jump into our losers match. I always like this term of PerroFlaco versus Jumper. First match is going to be on Polestar. Yeah, you see here, the winner of this is going to be going up against Dienmax to see which one qualifies for the round of 20. Looks like our players are just about ready.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I'm excited for some PvT. It's my favorite matchup. All right, looks like our players are ready, so we're going to jump into the first game here. PerroFlaco versus Jumper on Polestar. And we get our lag as expected. That's what we're here for, really.
Yeah, right. Top right, we got Jumper.
In the bottom left, we have our Terran player, PerroFlaco. All right, so here's my problem with this matchup. I'm kind of friends with Jumper, right? And I've actually been like practicing with him, just a little bit. You know, just like a couple sessions we talked and practiced a little bit. So like I want to pull for Jumper, but I'm kind of a Terran player at heart, and even though I have no idea who PerroFlaco is, I feel like I'm gonna be rooting for him this series.
Jumper will be happy when he watches the video and hears you say that. He's like, I'm never playing with him again.
Well, here's the thing: if Jumper is anything like I am, and like most people are, if he loses, he's not gonna watch anyway.
True.
All right, yeah, I'm excited for some PvT. This is my favorite matchup to watch and play both sides of it. I like playing both the PvT and TvP, so I also feel like this is the matchup that I know the most about. So I'm pretty excited to be doing this one. This is really what I'm here for.
This is my worst matchup as Protoss versus Terran.
Yeah, I think that's crazy, but that's like really common. Like it's actually surprising how many Protoss players actually struggle PvT, even though most people would tell you this is their easy matchup.
It's
Jumper.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was gonna say Jumper. Looks like we're gonna get that 12 Nexus, so already up to some shenanigans here, and it's crawl spawn as well. So that is the Protoss dice roll that you love to see.
Mainly that's why I don't do Nexus first. I do Gateway, Goon first.
Oh yeah,
But
if you're playing
win percentages with Protoss probably has Nexus first.
Yeah, well, if you're playing Protoss and you're trying to be honorable, then you deserve to lose. Like you're just not playing the race correctly. You need to do just all of the scumbag things in this
Always
matchup.
Nexus.
Yeah, always Nexus, and just know that it's crawl spawn. Just feel it in your bones that it's crawl spawn. And it's also possible that PerroFlaco is going to scout this as late as possible. This could be an in scout, which you commonly see in this matchup. And if it's an in scout and it's going to be crossball Nexus first, this is very, very painful.
The last time I went Nexus first, it was crossbone and they rushed me still.
Yeah, well, rushing crossbone can be pretty dangerous. And you see on this map, it looks like the travel distance is pretty brutal. I don't know the exact time on this one, but it looks like a long travel distance, so it'd be very hard to bust a crossbone. And we'll see what iteration Jumper goes for. It looks like he's going to be going for the greedier version. I don't know if he went 2-gate or not, but... Okay, it is 2-gate. Okay, so he's going to go for the safe version of crossbone, so he's basically in no danger whatsoever. I see no possible way that we're busting this. That being said, we're still making Marines, so he might actually go for it. Typically, when you scout this, you're going to cancel the Marines.
Move command across.
Here's the Vulture
coming out.
Marine. And this SCV could be looking for the drill, so we actually might be going for the cross-spawn bust here. Could also just be some pressure. Just could be walking across the map with 3 Marines and a Vulture and not actually even doing an SCV pool. Yeah, Bylon blocking a CC, but I mean it matters some, right? It's a little bit annoying, but he is gonna have to at least be able to lift that CC and put it back. So it looks like there isn't gonna be like an SCV pull or anything. He's just gonna do a little bit of
poke not a full commit. Yep. Maybe get a probe or 2. There's 1. 2 goons coming.
Yeah, he skipped Zealots completely, so this actually is pretty good for Jumper. Not having to make a single Zealot here. And got this Vulture kind of sneaking off the side. Can lose these 2 Marines. We're going to need to make a bunker. Yeah, we need to make a bunker. This could be a tank, maybe, actually. Okay, we're going to see that bunker.
Come with mines, I would imagine. Oh, there's a Vulture sneaking in. Got 1.
Yeah, this is good for PerroFlaco.
2.
Not take so much damage to the probes, though. You don't like to see that. Actually going to lose the Vulture to the probes. I guess because he was worried about this.
There's a tank.
With the tank coming out, he'll be able to push this back. Yeah, both shots missed there. Yeah. Alright, well, overall, I like this 4 Jumper, personally. He didn't lose too many probes. He got to kill the Vulture, and he can actually stay across the map with these goons. I actually would love for him to stay kind of on the high ground, but he's coming all the way back home, so I think we're conceding map control when we don't really have to, because like I said, we killed the Vulture. He might be worried there's a second Vulture on the map, and that's why he's doing that. It's the only reason I could think of that you would do this.
You could, build the pylon wall and have 1 goon to block it, though, too. So I think, yeah, you're right. Put goons on the high ground and just camp there a little bit.
Yeah, we see the extra factory coming here for Perro. I think I'm going to call him Perro from now on. PerroFlaco. It's a lot of syllables to be calling somebody by every single time. I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly anyway. We're going to get a nice early 3rd here for Jumper as well, just after 6 minutes after the Feld Nexus. Yeah, it feels pretty good.
Oh, there's that other Vulture coming. So he knew it was going to happen.
We're going to lose this Vulture, though. Not really worth it. It did at least lay defensive mines, I guess, at a time, but you don't really want mines like this out on the map. You definitely want them like spotting, like movement and stuff like that. You typically want to lay mines like an attack path, potential attack paths for Terran or the Protoss, so you can see the army movement, obviously delaying bases and stuff like that. And we actually sent another probe up here. We might be going for like a crazy early 4th or something for Jumper. And I think it's completely safe to do here in this game state.
Yep. Yeah, he's not going to move anything out anytime soon, I don't think. We need a couple more factories to do that.
Yeah, he's going for a little bit of a turret ring as well. And when you fly in with your observer, you see only 2 factories. You see a turret ring coming down. You're feeling great. I don't know. He might be worried about a drop. I think we're worried about a drop with this goon placement. Yeah, just making sure he's doing extra safe. Yeah, this 4th base is going to come down, and this is Omega greedy, but I think it's completely fine.
All on 2 gateways as well.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I mean. You gotta play Protoss like a scumbag. Like don't be
I
reasonable
don't
about
want to do
anything. Just
that. I played back
looks
when it
like
was
Perro.
Bulldog was always the build. The 3-gate observer.
Yeah. Perro is gonna scout this pretty quickly, actually. So we'll see if he goes for a bit of a response. I mean, when you're saying this is Protoss and you're making, or as Terran, you're making a turret ring, it feels pretty terrible. But is gonna get a
Probably
minefield
get
set
his
up.
third. Oh, there's the factories coming.
Yeah, he's gonna
6
throw down a
back.
bunch of factories. I don't blame him for this. This is probably what I would lean more towards too. It's just trying to play macro from here is a nightmare. So we're going 4 base, pre 8
Arbiter.
minutes, 2-gate arbiter. This is the please don't attack me build. That's exactly what Jumper is doing.
This is the
It is
build
going to
you
be a
taught him,
6
right?
This is not quite what we talked about. I mean, if he gets there, we'll see. There's going to be potentially a very strong timing from Perro.
If he wins, say it's all you. If he loses, nope. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, for sure. Heard something canceled down there in Perro. Maybe not totally sure what he wants to be going for. Maybe a little bit of a misclick. We got our armory, our academy almost done, so we're gonna get our scanners relatively soon. You'll probably want to save those for the push more so than scan ahead. He's committing to the push either way. And yeah, we're gonna see this gateway explosion from Jumper. I think it was that 6 or 8 gateways? I didn't see. Okay, so we're actually at 7, so neither of what I thought. So 7 gateways, a little bit lighter than what you want. He needs a few
12?
more. I would say like 10 to 11 is what you'd be wanting against the 6-act to be like really comfortable. But he is obviously Tekken Arbiter, so it's going to be a little bit skewed for that reason.
Arbiter should be coming there soon.
Yeah, Tribunal finishes. And there's going to be... Are we taking... This turret placement is very odd. Okay, we did actually scan the gateway count, so I don't know if he's planning on expanding. Okay, now we're making the starport. I'm a little bit confused actually on what Perro's going for. So we're going starport behind this, so are we not pushing? And if we're not pushing, then I don't understand why we didn't take a CC instead. So it seems like we're doing a little bit of everything, but not quite anything, if you know what I mean. So we'll see what he's thinking, where he's going with this. All I know is Jumper is super happy to not be getting attacked right now. He is about to absolutely explode.
Everyone wants to take
Bunch
a
of vultures
couple, or at
across
least
the
one more
map.
gas.
And it looks like Perro's about to drop on location a CC there. And this is a weird response to me, truthfully. Okay,
like
we're pushing up.
Artosis said this in one of his casts that if they go Arbor, you take a quick third right away.
In some situations, yes, but when it's quick Arbiter 4 base, it's a little bit different. So he is going to be pushing. He's coming up the left side with his tank, so he's wanting to catch this 12 o'clock base off guard and get into position here, which he is getting into a pretty good position, pretty much uncontested. And maybe there is still a window to get something done here. He's getting set up pretty nicely. His supply looks pretty decent.
I think since he got set up so quick, right at the base, this is looking good for Perro.
Yeah, and he is actually dropping a third behind us, so this is kind of a half commitment, not necessarily all in. But if he can kill this base and take his own third, he's actually in a fantastic spot. Well, I say fantastic, but definitely a good spot, I should say. But
yeah, needs more mines on the flank. Because what counterattack here with your Arbiter? Might be too late for that now.
Sure if he can go for a counter. He's going to go for the bust here. He might actually be able to get pretty close. I mean, he doesn't have vision yet. There's the scan, finally comes down with us. After the Zealots are pretty much on top of it. Looks like our hotkeys a little bit mixed up there for Jumper. Some of the Zealots got left behind, but yeah, going to jump on top of this and absolutely crush all of these tanks. And with this hold being so easy, Jumper suddenly up 60 supply and in an amazing spot. We've got Arbiter Tech, Terran just now taking his third. We're mining happily on 4 base for a very long time. Second Stargate even for Arbiter, and yeah, suddenly things look golden for Jumper.
Yeah, mass up a little more and just attack, Jumper.
Yeah.
The Nash was more exposed than the third base, too.
Yeah, Jumper might just get max and pull a trigger. He didn't have to use any Arbiter energy either, so he might have a couple stasis if he goes for a bust. We might see a stasis bust. He might go for recalls or something like that, but he can kind of do whatever he wants. Looks like we're expanding to 3 o'clock. We're going to take that 5th base. And yeah, he's just in a very, very good position. Looks like we're walking through the middle of the map, just eating all the mines. Who needs observers? The protector units just...
Yeah, you got Zealots. Just send them through. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's faster, man.
You got 4. You need 5 bases. That's plenty. Just send the Zealots. You
this
need
feels
gas
like
for Arbiters.
Are we missing a bunch of army? We're almost maxed with Jumper.
Yeah, I
this
don't
is,
know
like,
where the rest is.
Yeah, if we're not careful, this could turn into a donation. I don't know if he's overmade probes. Oh, we're going carrier. Yeah, this is more the Jumper that I know. He loves his carrier. So I thought it was 2 Stargate Arbiter, but he's going Arbiter into carrier. And this can catch Terran off guard so easily, because very, very often you see Arbiter, and you're like, okay, I don't need to scan for tech anymore. I already know what the tech is. Taking a 4th base. Yeah, I like this. I think this is what he has to do, but he's gonna be it's gonna be tough to deal with the carriers from a position this far behind. There's no way he can deny the carriers. He's just gonna have to try to grind his way through carriers, and it's not easy.
Yeah, it's all defense for the Terran. Well,
And Jumper actually gonna go deny this 4th. Yeah, this is a good play from Jumper, because when the carriers are out, he's going to start getting so much value, right?
Yep.
Perro can very easily get starved out in this game.
Should have built a couple more Stargates. Oh, there they are.
Oh, he did. Don't you worry.
Why stop at 4, though?
Yeah, I wonder if Jumper kind of overmade probes, though. This army is suspiciously tiny. We got a lot of oversaturation on our natural. I mean, it doesn't look like he's... I mean, yeah. We have maybe a few too many. I think we're like over 80, it looks like.
Yeah, for sure.
He just got so excited about his early 4th base, he couldn't control it.
Yeah, it's 4 Nexus.
Oh, missed the EMP, too. Just insult to injury. Nothing seeming to go right for Perro this game. Or everything going right.
We got max pretty quick. Or close to max. It was down 60.
Yeah, I mean, his supply looks good, but he's going to be very sad when he gets across the map and runs into carriers.
Checking for bases, that's good.
We got four Goliath. These are basically Arbiter killing Goliath. They are not carrier killing Goliath, that's for sure. And another really painful thing too is when you push across the map, or like you even if they identified carriers now, it's like, what do you do? Because you have to lose supply to even make Goliath to fight them. And there's no efficient way to trade supply.
Gas too. Oh, there's some more.
Yeah, he must have scanned it then. There's no other reason to be making all these Goliaths, so he definitely scanned it at some point.
Needs about twice as many to get the carriers, but...
Jumper doing what Protoss does. We're going for this counterattack while we're getting ready for...
Should get the tanks at least.
Yeah, not going to trade super efficiently because it's definitely looking elsewhere.
Right.
Actually, not even going to break this position, so pretty good defense from Perro. Going to kill this one base, and it looks like the 3 o'clock base as well. Where are our carriers? I'm actually surprised we're not defending with them. Maybe he wants to try and hide them and bank them, not realizing they've been scouted at this point. Okay, now they're coming out. He also might be a little bit light on interceptors. This may be kind of 3 fresh carriers that potentially popped out here. So 2 bases going down, and we failed to kill a base, but the problem is Perro doesn't have a 4th base. This is the part that concerns me the most for him. We actually dropped a stasis on a bunch of the tanks. Yeah, he's got a kind of a... Okay, well, we bled off 1 carrier for free.
But you gotta take more bases than that with carriers of Terran.
Yeah, for sure you do. But I mean, this is
that one's just sitting there chilling.
Start. Yeah, it's been a great start for Perro so far. Knocking out 2 bases, gets his own base kind of coming up behind that. Didn't lose his base to the counterattack. So I mean, this is as good as it could have gone for Perro. Even managed to kill one of the carriers.
Is that 5 carriers? Yep. Oh, Arbiter for free.
Helping Arbiter as well. Jumper kind of throwing a lot of units away. He's going to catch some of these tanks out in the middle at least. But 5 carriers is not really that scary yet for Terran. It's really once it's getting like 6+ is when it starts getting a little bit spooky.
Oh, there's 2 more back at home.
Yeah, and he's going to start taking this corner base. But I mean, Perro got 6 o'clock up and running. This is playable. This is actually playable. He's doing a really good job.
3-2 upgrades too on the turn. That helps a lot against carriers. They're 2-1 it looks like.
Yeah, the upgrade breakpoints for Goliath is pretty huge against carrier, for sure.
Even against 9.
Yeah, 9 carriers. A little bit scary. Kind of sending our ground army in to die for free there.
Yeah, it takes up position to hit that Nexus on the top. At the 12 o'clock. Should have moved him up further.
This is
where
where
the ground army Protoss wasn't much.
This is where it gets really annoying playing against Protoss. When they start doing carriers, DT, and like cannons on the corners. But does at least clean up those mineral lines. So Jumper, his income like 0 right now, by the way. He's like not mining at all. Very little.
How much is left at the 12 o'clock?
Going up very, very slowly. Meanwhile, Perro actually mining pretty healthy. I mean, he's got a decent bank. He's got pretty decent income. He can just be pumping Goliath. We are at like 9+ carriers though, so it's definitely getting to the point where it's really hard to deal with. He's done a great job just snuffing out bases and kind of growing himself. But once the carriers start getting across the map, it can be pretty annoying to deal with because Protoss can just kind of grow indefinitely behind. That is so hard to do anything about it.
Now the DT can get in. Oh, scan. This might just be too many carriers. I mean, he's got money though. Perro just needs to really take out the bases at the top. Take the bases at the top. They have no more money coming in. Then again, you're losing your factories. Hockey, you're on mute. I don't know if you know that or not. There you are.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Mixed it up there. Didn't mean to cough in you guys' ears. I apologize for that. Yeah, looks like these carriers might be too much for Perro to deal with. He did clear off the stuff bottom right, but we have another counterattack. It looks like a ground unit's going to 6 o'clock.
3-2 upgrades on the carrier. Yeah, that base is going
with
down.
his base being stuffed out, he's going to be on 1 base economy. A very exposed base too. Oh well, Miss Rally on carriers.
Maybe getting that one. Come on. Nope. Yep.
Yeah, the problem is very hard to target with, or like to manage your Goliath against carriers while you're trying to do other things because you have to re-attack over and over again. So it's like very hard to be pushing like with these tanks, for instance, and also be microing the Goliath at the same time because they just need so much attention. You got that carrier just watching the tanks kill its base. I like
Yeah,
it.
just moved over there to watch. No interceptors building.
But Perro looking pretty dead. He has like a decent bank, but it's just his income is in the gutter right
Yeah,
now.
the production's getting hit as well.
I don't know, the Jumper doesn't have a lot of money going on himself either, though.
Yeah, it hasn't really expanded behind this at all. I guess you're trying to defend all your spots, so there's really no... I feel like you could have snuck in a probe somewhere to get another expansion.
Yeah, Perro actually did a good job of just moving army around while trying to deal with the carrier. It did make it where he didn't trade as efficiently against the carrier, of course, but he has managed to snipe a couple of them. And maybe one more going to be going down, potentially. It's taking a lot of hits there. But
Yeah,
I think it's too
not
much.
over yet. Are you sure?
Well, I don't think Perro has enough gas income. He can't really make the Goliath that he needs to make to fight this anymore.
Yeah, he needs to take the 6 o'clock base. Oh, floated to
Yeah,
CC even too. Yep, snipe that Nexus, go up and get the other one. Archons though.
The old Archon Templar Arbiter attack. Or defense, I guess. Gonna save this base, clean up these tanks. And honestly, what Jumper could do that'd be really strong here, after cleaning up all these tanks and have this many carriers left over, is he could go into Goons. Goliath, they're horrible against Dragoon. And he's gonna feel like he needs
back
to
into the ground
your
army.
Goliath. Yeah.
One scanner available.
This DT doing work. Just
16 kills.
yeah, it's looking pretty over for Perro. He made it as close as he could approach for. I feel like the beginning could not have gone better for Jumper. Like everything went his way.
Yep.
He got this fast 4 base after a 12 Nexus. He crushed the push, went into carriers. Yeah, he just did everything that Protoss should be doing.
A DT. Or new DT getting all the kills. No gas for a vessel.
Yeah, I think we're like you mentioned earlier, he's kind of out of scanners. He knows the DT's there, but he can't even scan for it. I don't think he has energy. And a really strong play, Wolfix talks about it all the time. If you ever play against Wolfix's Protoss, he loves to do stuff like that, where he flies in with carriers and he kills your academy, he kills all your scanners, and then he masses DT. It's the most annoying stuff to deal with, dude.
Yeah, this is the killing blow here, I think.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to hold
supply.
those. We got as many Goliath as he has carriers, almost.
Arbiter micro, look
Doesn't
at
even
that.
get the Arbiter, yeah. Just unbelievable.
3 health.
One shot,
Get
he
it.
couldn't reach it.
Hey, alright, he won the game. He got the Arbiter.
Yeah, we take those moral victories when we can.
Yeah, small victories. Or
Alright, GG.
GG.
Jumper gonna take game 1. Looks like Perro a little bit flustered there after that game.
Not too bad. But yeah, the 4 base right away. That did him in.
Yeah. That's the like I said, that's the Protoss,
Play dirty.
nonsense that you need to be going for. Go for 12 Nexus, go for double expand after that, like fast Arbiter off of we were 2 gate, 4 base Arbiter. Like this is absolutely wild. You cannot be greedier than this. And he went unpunished. I think the timing for it.
For at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think the timing for it was good because he got on with the Observer and he saw that it was just the 2 factory and the beginning went well for him. So, and he saw like the turret ring and things like that. So I think the response was really good.
Exactly. Just picking the maps here again, or picking unmapped play. Yeah, I wonder if he'll be more aggressive maybe at the beginning, knowing that the greed's there from Jumper.
Yeah, it's hard because it was cross spawn, so it couldn't really bust the Nexus. It was cross spawn 2-gate, so it's like really, really tough. But I think going for a turret ring, I think you kind of want to cut as many corners as you can against 12 Nexus. You don't want to be like playing this like safe standard style against someone that's playing greedy is like the worst thing you can do. But that's what you want to see when you're playing Protoss and you're going greedy like that.
Advice for new
I wanted to
players:
mention
let them
this.
play fastest first. That's interesting.
I wanted to mention too about Jumper's favorite Koreans. It's kind of funny because everybody feels like when you ask about like favorite foreign or favorite Korean, people are always mentioning StarCraft players, but Jumper kind of randomly threw in Faker, which is kind of known as like the god among men in League of Legends. He's the Flash of League of Legends.
That's news to me. Jumper's very tall too. He's 9,000 plus.
9,000 plus. It's a tall dude. 9,000 what? That's the question.
Yeah, that's huge.
Like 9,000 grains of rice. Perro also has unusual things that people don't know about me. Even he doesn't know. It's so unusual that even he doesn't know.
Nobody knows. See, I'm the same as Jumper. I played 01 to 08. Then I came back in 2021, 2020, 2021.
Yeah, I think a lot of us kind of played in the beginning and bounce back
Yep.
and forth. All right, looks like our players are ready. We're going to jump into game 2 here on Eclipse of Perro versus Jumper. And it looks like we did not pick our race. So we're going to get a remake here.
You should just say too bad next time.
I had a moment where I was like, because I was going to mention the insanity of picking Eclipse as a Terran player. And then I saw Zerg and I was like, oh, is this what we were doing? We're like race swapping? And okay, it was just an accident. So yeah, I don't know why we're playing Eclipse. That's absolutely wild. I'm wondering if he's got something crazy planned.
BBS.
I mean, maybe he just is unbelievably comfortable against Gastiel. I don't know. But all right, here we go. This time with the correct races. Game 2 on Eclipse.
Going 2 racks Academy push.
Yeah, I am actually really curious. I don't think I've ever seen a Terran player pick Eclipse on purpose in my entire life. So I don't know if he's either got something weird planned or if he's just very, very comfortable against Gastiel. But here, spawning on the top right, we have PerroFlaco. And in the bottom left, his opponent crushing him in game 1, just getting everything to go right for him. We have Jumper.
Way to cover for me.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, okay.
What is
We're
this?
just doing this. All right. So I thought we were going to get the Fort Gate gas steal. Jumper doing what Jumper does. It's... I don't know. This is not what we practiced either, I promise.
I don't know. You keep saying that.
Well, I mean, this is actually viable, like, unironically. So, but a lot of times this is pretty troll, right? But this is a real thing that happens on ladder. Like, if you hit, like, S-rank Protosses and you're, like, a B-rank Terran or something, they'll do this and literally just kill you with their probes. So, with a good micro, this is a legitimate thing. That being said, Jumper's micro... Perro letting out a laugh. Being like, you gotta be kidding me. I was ready for a gas steal, not this.
There's
And
one
yeah,
SCV.
first SCV going down. And this is actually like very hard to deal with this Terra, no joke. The extra range, 2 SCVs almost going down now. Gonna get like a decent drill, but we have 3 SCVs on the wrong side of the mineral patch. And Jumper didn't even leave a probe behind to mine. He actually sent the extra probe, so maybe a little bit extra troll.
Yeah, he did the max 9 out of 9 probe push.
Yeah. This is maybe a little bit extra. I thought we would at least leave 1 probe behind to be mining and like making replace, dead probes, but okay, looks like we're just gonna try and win like this, I guess. I mean, he is out microing him, right? And you have the range, but he's gonna have less probes overall. But we've got 3 or 4 SCVs now without losing a probe yet.
Yeah, no probe's been down.
First probe does go down now. If Perro knew that he sent every probe, he would actually cancel this barracks and keep making SCVs, but he doesn't realize that Jumper is like kind of trolling here.
Good trap. Oh, glide.
But so far this isn't really good enough for Jumper. I mean, he's got a lot of SCVs like very low. Oh, another probe goes down. But this is getting better and better for Perro, actually.
Yeah,
see there he canceled the barracks. He's going to make more SCVs. And Jumper just going to go home and try to play? This is not...
He's laughing.
Yeah. Goofing around a little bit. We let out a laugh. He's maybe a little bit of that kind of like... I don't know. Shame laugh.
He's just laughing and no arms now.
Perro trying to fight a smirk as much as he can. It's kind of sneaking through there a little bit though. He's like, you gotta be kidding me. What do you think of me? I'm not that bad, am I? But Perro just unbelievably far ahead. This is completely unplayable for Jumper. He just keeps laughing. Can't help but laughing to himself. Alright, Jumper coming back. We're on 8 probes. And we're gonna pretend like we can play this. I don't know. I don't know what he could possibly do from here. We're literally just starting the game a minute or 2 later than our opponent.
Yeah, that never happened. Jumper just fell asleep for a little bit like I did.
Dan Perro kind of even mumbling to himself a little bit. He's looking at this and he's like, what are we doing?
We're actually gonna play this?
Yeah, right.
Get that vulture out, man. Let's go.
Ugh.
$439 factory. There it is.
Sure. We've also got a factory starting before. I think Jumper's going forge. Is this a forge that we're building? Are we gonna like forge expand? I think. Maybe do like a hidden base or something. I'm not sure.
He's going carrier.
I mean, if Jumper won this game, I wouldn't even know what to say. It would be the weirdest like result of a game I've ever heard of before.
Gonna take the 2 gas and go carrier.
This way. Yeah, looks like he wants to take this 2 base. Perro, he's gonna go 2-fact. He's gonna go 2-fact against high ground cannons. I'm not sure how this is gonna work.
Starport? No, just checking for hidden bases. Okay.
Yeah, he's just checking for weird stuff. He knows the Jumper has to do something weird to be able to win from
he's
here.
so far behind.
Man, you know what I would have loved?
To their base.
What I would have loved from Perro is Cloaked Wraith. I think that would have been like the most stylish way to close this out after you got a lead like that. I mean, we would be having Wraith in his base right now, right? And what would we do about it? Granted, he didn't know that it was forged. He sees this high ground cannon now, and it's just like, what are we doing? Alright, double add-on, gateway, assimilator. Like, what is the long-term plan for Jumper? I'm curious. Like, if he actually were to get further into this game, what is he thinking his win condition is here?
Hopefully that base there's not scouted, but it's gonna be.
Yeah, gonna finally cancel this base, and yeah, just gonna go in GG. Thank
All right.
goodness.
There it is.
Perro gonna win this game. What a weird. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is why we picked Eclipse. We just baited Jumper into doing something absolutely insane. So, a nice, easy win for Perro there to tie the series up.
Wanted to practice Pro Micro on camera.
Yeah, I mean, initially it actually did fine. Like, if he left 2 or 3
Yep.
pros home and was doing that, I actually would have liked it for him. But yeah, we sent everything, so I don't know. I guess he just thought he would kill him outright.
Sure. All right. I wonder what map now.
Yeah, we might end up with something a little more standard now. Well, we kind of have to, I guess. I assume
Yeah.
we're gonna ban like Dominator or
Yeah, Death Valley ban. Probably Radiant.
yeah, Death Valley.
Yep, there it is.
So yeah, we're gonna get Radion for our final map here.
Should be good.
Protoss does like those big open maps as well. They like the open maps. They like the small maps. I guess we don't like the medium 3-player maps typically, except Dominator is actually hard for Terran, so Protoss is just happy right now.
Zero, make sure to go down.
Perro's favorite career moment is a standard game. Well, he is not playing the opponent for that, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is true. Because we'll know he'll Nexus first. Jumper will. Because it'll be cross spawn, I'm calling it now.
All right, looks like our players are
Pretty
ready,
even
so we're going to
map.
hop into the final game here on Radion between Jumper and Perro.
All right, top right, it's cross spawn again. Hey, top right, Terran. Perro.
All right, and bottom left, we have our boy Jumper throwing a game with a pro pool, wanting to game make the series interesting, I guess. And I'm wondering if his Protoss senses are tingling, and we're just going to drop that cross spawn Radion 12 Nexus.
Uh-oh. What's he doing to
Nope.
probe?
Might be a 9-9, potentially.
Center gate, yep. So we gotta go to Jumper for the cheese today.
Well, so a lot of times you don't see 9-9 center on this map because it's kind of a bait. It's like very, very common and easy. And yeah, it looks like we're gonna tuck them in kind of a weird spot. This is
Okay.
all right. Well,
this is what you
it's gonna
practice,
be,
right?
Yeah, this is it. This is what we practice.
Now we
I'm beginning
okay.
to wonder. I'm beginning to wonder why he contacted me to ask him to practice anything if this is how he wanted to play. Jumper is wild, man. No, we didn't actually practice this. We were talking about Arbiter, like standard Arbiter play. That's what he wanted to learn, and then we got 0 of anything close to that. So, all right, but it's not even a 9-9. Like, I'm so
Yeah,
confused.
that's-
You know what it is. You know what it is. He's wanting to fake. I think he wanted to fake a
yes.
9-9 if he got scouted, and he's just gonna go Zealot Goon like normal. I mean, this seems terrible to me. I think we're trying really, really hard to be creative, and it is creative. But I'm not really seeing the upside here. But maybe Jumper is going to show me something. He does get to A rank, so he must know something I don't know. So I think we're going to get that 14 Zealot, and then the Goon after, and we'll probably see the really tricky and hard to defend Zealot Probe Goon attack. It's actually really, really strong if Terran doesn't get the scout on you.
When you talk to Jumper next, ask him for the replay of this working.
I bet this is the first time he's ever tried it.
Okay.
I mean, it might work, but if it works, it would be because it would have worked anyway. You know what I mean? Like if he had just done it in his face.
Whoa, what are we?
And now we're hiding pylons up here, so maybe it's gonna be.
That's the DT tech, right?
I'm kind of thinking it's gonna be DT, but it's so hard to defend, like your ramp and your gateway out here if it ever got scouted. But Perro's gonna be seeing this, and he's gonna be very, very confused. And maybe that's Jumper's strategy. Wait, did we?
He didn't even go in. Yeah, he didn't even go in.
Oh no.
That's
he
why
doesn't
he
know the
did it.
Jumper is here. But you know what?
He's gonna spot the 2 gate up there, though.
I was gonna say he might accidentally find the extra gateways because he thinks that's where he's at. That's so funny. This is hilarious. There's a chance. It's not guaranteed because it's kind of in a slightly out of the way spot, but there is a chance that he spots this. He might see the probe if nothing else. I think we were like a pixel off of the probe if it's still there. Okay, it's moved.
He thinks
so
he's in the bottom
got
right.
To be confused.
Maybe. Goon range coming.
Well, Jumper is
going back to the bottom.
Potentially killing his opponent with confusion here, but we're gonna get that 3-gate goon range bust.
His mind's on explode. He's gonna win the game that way.
Yeah, this is what are we doing with this extra pylon Jumper? Like I'm so.
When the APM drops below 300, his mind got popped.
Is that a Citadel? Did he just drop a Citadel? At 6, I think. I assume this is a Citadel. Yeah.
Yep.
Jumper is wild, dude. All right, so this is kind of like I feel like part of the strategy here is it's like Pokemon, right? Where you hope that your opponent hurts themselves in their confusion. I think that's like the baseline of the strategy. I'm actually surprised we're not seeing an eBay.
It's below 300. I think his mind blew up.
Okay, there's the eBay.
No, he's doing stuff.
He's gonna. So here's what I think is gonna happen. Jumper is gonna show a bunch of goons, and it's gonna look like he's going 3-gate goon, right? I assume we're yeah. So we got the extra goons coming, and then I bet we don't build the turrets.
Yep, DT tech started archives. 3 mines.
I kind of see the vision here, a little bit. It's an interesting one, but Perro's set up pretty decent defense so far.
Yeah, will he get more vultures to get some more mines out, or probably not with the turrets coming up? Just get tanks because it's goon range.
Yeah, you typically just want to keep making tanks and get siege mode here. We're actually rescouting top left. I wonder. I guess he's looking for the gateways. Yeah, he's just looking for the gateways. But now he sees those goons pop out there, so if he saw that, then he knows now. But I don't think that really matters too much in the grand scheme of things. I mean, Perro's doing a good job setting up defensively here. I assume siege mode's about to finish. We got a decent mine spread. We got our turret. We got our turret in a good spot. We're getting the full wall. I like this for Perro right now.
Yeah, Perro's got it good.
That turret placement is beautiful, by the way. Like, this makes it where the goons cannot jump on top of that turret to kill it very easily.
Flighty 2 helps a lot too to block it. There's no way.
Absolutely.
They're gonna bug out before they do anything.
All right. Well, Jumper just gonna macro behind this. I think it looked like he was getting ready to take a Nexus.
Nah, he should just go for 2 Nexus, right?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think he can play 1 base from here, or 2 base from here. But we'll see. We'll see what he wants to do. He's going to try and jump in on top of this turret. Beautiful mine hit. But this turret actually going to go down. And we're going to have to abandon this space, potentially. We do have this backside turret still. It's kind of unfortunate we moved our tanks. He wasn't totally sure what he was dealing with.
Ooh.
Okay, well, the DT decided they wanted to die. Yeah, Perro, like I said, unfortunately, he moved his tanks out of the way from the high ground there because he was worried about drops and stuff like that. So his tanks weren't quite in position. We're trying to rebuild his turret. I wouldn't mind like even another turret like on the ramp to try and get us a little bit more vision. The turret was so close, we need to just get right back on top of building, and he actually could have made it in time. Yeah, and this turret's gonna go down.
More DTs coming.
Well, yeah, there goes the turret. And unfortunate, I don't know if we have an academy building either.
Yeah, it's right
Yeah,
there.
we do have a building that's almost done at least. But I don't know, Jumper doesn't really have anything going for him though beyond this. I
And he's
think
on
it's still
Nexus.
fine. Yeah, it's still fine for Perro right now. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Getting turrets building in range of your other turrets is kind of what you need to be doing. What?
I didn't want to blow up the gateway.
Why, Jumper? Why? Why do you do the things that you do? We're building our nexus beside the gateway, off location, where the minerals are blocked on the bottom side. Like, just take 6 o'clock or something.
Yeah, or even top left.
Okay, scan gonna come down. We have to try and clean up every single one of these because it's the only scan that we got. And when we get 2 of them, we can get mines down. So actually pretty good. Yeah.
Look at the
Alright,
army
so
though.
Perro-
I think +1 was coming.
Perro definitely in a really good spot right now. It's just kind of hard to push from here. Is the problem? There's so many because they can just trinkle in DTs.
Yep.
Looks like we're rebuilding our armory in the top right corner. And I think that's the best you can do. You can just kind of play it out from here. Start working towards even taking like a really fast third. I love getting the vultures out on the map. This is great. You're gonna see that full wall come down for Jumper.
Yeah, go scout the third base. Nope.
And I imagine we're pretty far off from
There he goes.
observers.
Yeah, I don't think he even has a robo yet.
Oh, wow, that DT perfectly detonated those mines to die. So, yeah, another good pick there for Perro. And things looking a little bit dire for Jumper, getting maybe a little too creative. Goon gonna go down, try and get these goons here. These vultures eating so much value. I love this. And yeah, Jumper just gonna GG. And Perro's gonna move on to the elimination match against Dienmax. Wow, that was
Okay.
a fascinating
Let's
level
go
of
with that.
self-destruction from Jumper. It was creative, if nothing else. All right, guys, we're gonna take another short break here. Get some more drink, stuff like that. Get some water for my throat, and we'll come back with the elimination match.
Hasn't taken his own third, but okay, here we go. He sees. Now Max absolutely has his own local third base. The arbiter for now, but I always think Protoss should just plan to go carry. What? It worked too. Man, I don't know what I'm talking about. He actually got through the pylon wall with that. I've never seen that.
Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne.
Hey guys, welcome back to BSL20 Group D. We're about to hop into the final game here, the final series of today's group. It looks like the first map is going to be on
The last
Polestar.
one.
We have Dienmax versus Perro.
Yeah, last match for the day.
Yeah,
Should be a
going to be the
good
last
one.
series here.
I would
Yeah,
say
another
Dienmax
PvT.
is probably favored.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Perro looked pretty good against Jumper's nonsense. Looks okay. The players are ready, so we're going to go ahead and jump into the game here. Dienmax versus Perro on Polestar.
All right. In the top right, the Protoss Dienmax.
And in the bottom right, our Terran player PerroFlaco dealing with some serious nonsense in his last series. Should be less nonsense from Dienmax. Dienmax, a little bit more standard than Jumper. I think any Protoss on the planet's more standard than Jumper, so might be a little bit more refreshing for Perro in this matchup. Even though Dienmax, I do think, is a much stronger PvT player than Jumper is going to be.
And all Perro wants is that standard game.
That's all he wants.
That's all he wants.
I don't know if he's going to get it from Dienmax. I think he will get a few. I mean, Dienmax, he, in my experience with him, when I hit him on ladder with my Terran, he tended to play just kind of aggressive with the, like the Zealot Dragoon stuff in the beginning, and then he likes to play
4
Reavers.
pylon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he likes to do this a lot when I played against him. Yeah, he'll rally units.
Early pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be an early Zealot. I don't know if he'll make more than one. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't, so we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, he's definitely looking to get some of that early advantage. And honestly, after I played Terran for a while, like, so originally I was a Protoss player, right? And I peaked at like 2170 with Protoss. And then I swapped to Terran, and my worst matchup was also PvT, right? But after playing Terran, I learned just to be super annoying. So now every game I'm making Zealots and Dragoons and rallying them into their base and getting advantages almost every game. So Dienmax definitely enjoys doing that kind of stuff as well.
I like to be aggressive. I'll do that. I'll just be annoying. And
Yeah,
then take
it's
4 base
definitely-
Alpha 2 gateway.
All right, gonna get the first scout for Dienmax, so that feels really good. Got that forward gateway on the way.
Was this
So we're
11-11?
I wasn't watching the gas timing. I feel like I know I should know from when it finished what the gas timing was, but I actually don't know. I never paid attention to that part of it. But yeah, I mean, it looks like just from the gas, yeah, it was definitely a 12 gas.
Yeah, it looks like a 12 gas.
And we're definitely going to be getting... Say definitely. It looks like we're getting... Yeah, we're going to get more than one Zealot here from Dienmax.
Moving across the way now. Yeah, I think 3 Zealots then, probably?
Yeah, 2 or 3. We'll see. I personally don't like making 3. If you're making 3, you like have to be getting pretty good damage. I love the eBay block and response. This is a really good response because it means that the next Zealot kind of wants to not come across the map, but it also wants to come across the map. So like, Protoss has to make a decision at that point when you drop it down. Do they want to continue the pressure or come back and deny this eBay? Because it can make it where you won't be taking your Nexus for a very long time. So this is always a really good response against Zealot openers.
4 Marines coming out. Good block at the ramp.
Yeah, it's a pretty good setup for Perro, and he made the extra depot. so you can make the extra Marines and Vulture as you need to. And just take that later CC. And am I wrong? Did we only make one Zealot? I thought for sure we were making more than one. But I guess we
Looks
only
like
made a
just
single Zealot.
One, yeah. Put the goon out, the first goon. Going back to blow up the engineering bay.
Perro sees this, he can come down the ramp, which we see him do immediately, so really good response. When you see the Zealot come back like that, it's like, oh, okay, I can just come down here and take my space now. And because of that eBay blocking, right, whenever he cancels it, he can start a CC at the same time as the Protoss is going to be starting their Nexus. So any advantage that Protoss might have had from forcing this late CC, he basically gets back with this eBay block. Yeah, so there we see the cancel, the Nexus starts, the Vulture actually gets inside.
Should get one more at least.
Couple probes.
Maybe two.
Yeah, it was very close to getting that probe before Nexus started. Nice. So we're actually going to get 3 probes.
Looks
pretty
like
good at this stage in the game. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I said right about Dien, where he's going to go for this kind of early pressure into Reaver. This is definitely his favorite way of playing, his most comfortable way of playing. Man, this SimCity makes me uncomfortable.
It's got enough to squeak out.
Yeah, but it's like, if we're getting Reaver dropped or something like that, trying to get...
There's no room.
Seems like a nightmare, yeah. Right, 3 Goon's going to jump on top of this tank. It did take an earlier shot, so just the 2 volleys is actually going to be able to kill it. And yeah, this is the annoying stuff that Dienmax loves to do. We do have the extra tank coming down, so he's at least going to be able to kill these Goons. Okay, yeah, good, both the Goons. So great for Perro overall. Does get his CC delayed a little bit, but we're really happy killing 3 Goons for... Well, maybe not really happy. I guess we lost a tank, so it's not great, but it's decent. I would say Perro favored still.
Looks like Dienmax has a probe set up for the 3rd base, probably around 6 minutes here coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit later, I think, if he's wanting to get into Reaver. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't see if he got the support bay or not.
Yeah, he's got it in the top.
Okay, right. Yeah, so it's going to delay the Nexus a little bit then. Especially since we're having to remake these Goons after losing that, because we were in danger of him just coming across the map with Vultures and those Marines after killing those Goons, so he's forced into making more Goons again.
How many shots will that tank miss from being on low ground to hit the egg? Put it on the high ground and take it. It'd be done by now.
It's painful. It's painful to watch. It's also like kind of mesmerizing. I don't really want to look away from it.
Oh.
I was like 4 in a row.
Oh, there went that probe.
Yeah, another good pick off there for Perro. Perro, you can tell Perro, you know, despite it, like, obviously it's in his bio too, but he definitely clearly wants to get as much of a standard game as possible. He has a very standard looking play style.
No turret's up yet.
Yeah, 3 fact is there's some potential for aggression here. If he like manages to shut down this Reaver, then Dienmax would be in a ton of trouble. But this is a pretty early 3 fact. A lot of times you like to see Terran players go for that Academy before 3rd fact. But being a little bit...
He's gonna get the probe again? No.
Kind of greedier with it.
Maybe.
Well, he's gonna get it before the full wall is up. So doing a great job delaying this now, because Dienmax definitely wanted to take it by now. Like we're at 7.5 minutes. He wants that Nexus down.
Yeah, pretty much even supply. Oh, Terran's ahead now.
Yeah, and we got our turret ring up and running. Got the eBay spotting the high ground at the natural, so it's going to be pretty much impossible for this Reaver to get in and get damage at this point.
Is the shuttle delayed? Was he supply blocked?
It's
taking forever.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit late, so he may have made a mistake somewhere. But at this point, I don't expect him to even go for any actual Reaver harass. He might like have a look around, but
yeah, now they're just to delay the push. 5 fact coming up.
Yeah, the nice standard 5 fact.
No armor yet, though, right? For +1.
I think he had the armory. Maybe I'm crazy. I thought I saw it. Okay, yeah, no armory. You are correct. Dienmax gonna come across the map here with this.
Another turret.
And we're making extra turrets.
Interesting. Oh, he wants to push for his third base. I guess go out and set up for his third base. Get it! Oh, you could have had the SCV. And pick
Yeah,
it right back
SCV
up, right?
SCV, I think they're the only worker that can survive, right? When they're running away from a scarab. I don't know if maybe there's a max range where the other workers can survive, but I think only SCV can.
Nice vulture patrol in the top left.
Yeah, gonna get a nice pot shot on this. And Dienmax is very good with Reaver. Yeah, he's gonna be getting some pretty decent
There
value.
goes the SCV.
Nice tank pick off there from Dienmax. This is part of what's hard about pushing out into Reavers, especially if you don't have the Goliath there to help zone the shuttle.
Set up mines to see when they come out.
But supply looking pretty good for Perro. He might have a push timing. If he executes a good push from here, it is 2 Reavers, which can be pretty hard to push into, especially up high ground coming up here. But if he gets a well-executed push, there is a lot of potential. But I think he wants to go for a third base with the turrets kind of creeping out here in the way he's setting up his mines and stuff. This feels more like we want to go into a third.
I feel like he should push though with the delayed gateways. He just started building gateways right now.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know, right? Because he didn't go for that academy before third factory that you see a lot of times. So yeah, Skinner's only just now finishing. So he didn't know what the gateway count or anything like that is. If he saw this, I mean, if he had scanned earlier and he saw 2 gateways, 100% of the time you're pulling the trigger there. When you got 5 fact up and running, absolutely. Or yeah, I guess 3 gateways, but still.
Oh yeah, he had the one on this natural. Now 7.
Yeah, we see these 2 Reavers just sitting up here on the high ground. Still no third CC started for Perro. I mean, kind of the latest you're typically want to take it is around 13 minutes. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe he just came out with these turrets then to make it look like he wanted to take a third. But we see the Reavers getting some pot shots there on the high ground. Possibly some of the Vultures going forward. Another tank gonna go down, and yeah, the micro for dealing with this is you actually want your Goliath to lead the tanks, and you're gonna siege the tanks as the Goliath are walking forward, so the Goliath can target the shuttle. And if they go for the Goliath snipes, and your tanks kill the Reaver. It's a little bit hard to execute because it's got to be timed correctly. That being said,
Nope.
Dienmax actually looked away here, so gonna be able to clear these up at least. So really nice for Perro got to do that kind of for free. This happened partially because of the Vulture distraction.
Hey, that patrol, there you go.
Yeah, he's done a great job of picking off these probes that are trying to expand all game. That being said, our gateway count's getting up and online. We have speed lots, so it can be a little bit hard to push into this. Dienmax is floating 1500 right now. Still have the 5 fact pumping, and there the third CC is starting now.
Looks like Protoss wants to setting up here.
Yeah, just kind of trying to get between, his base and the Terran base there. Just delay him a little bit if he comes. He did spot the CC there with his observer. Came back here, but Perro very quickly took the high ground. I don't know about this unsiege. I don't know if that was intentional or not.
They
Maybe
should have just stayed there.
Felt uncomfortable, but yeah, gonna unsiege and pull back. Man, it's gonna turn out okay, but man, that made me nervous. If he tried to re-siege there, it would have been an absolute disaster. So, yeah, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it turned out okay for him. And creeping back forward now, he did concede the high ground, but getting a lot of unit kills and taking a supply lead. He's taking an expansion, but honestly, there's a lot of push potential here for Perro.
Yep. Yep, he can keep going.
Dienmax doing a good job of kind of re-engaging before the siege, but we only had 2 zealots there, so not really able to get any trades. We do have a lot of storm coming out now with our Reaver as well. And surely we're going to see either, I was going to say, surely we're going to see some extra factories going down for Perro very soon. A little bit nervous about these storms, though.
Ooh, good storms.
Yeah, pretty good storms, but
Yeah,
Perro's still going to clean this fight up with plenty of tanks left over. Could even snipe that High Templar potentially. But that being said, Dienmax getting a little bit more of a supply lead. He is macroing very well. He has a very high gateway count behind this, and like I said, we haven't added the extra factories. So the reinforcements from Dienmax might just be overwhelming this. Another good storm on the tanks there. And I think we just barely don't have enough.
Barely, yeah.
And I almost would
lot of
like
money.
to see Perro kind of fall back after this fight here. In fact, we might actually just get cleaned up. A lot of these tanks very low, so yeah, a couple more of the tanks going down. And all in all, I'd say he traded pretty well. But Dienmax did get a 4th base going behind this. And yeah, I was going to say, what's our tech situation? Okay, we do have our sci-fi done in double armory, so Perro's completely fine then. If we didn't have those upgrades going, I'd be a little bit more worried.
Yeah,
But we are
1-0
set up
for
to go into the late game here. To be working towards our 2-1 and start heading towards max.
Yeah, keep pumping takes, get the 2-1 timing, and then just attack.
Yeah, nice pick on the High Templar there. Gonna start running around with vultures and being a little bit annoying. It does mean these tanks are kind of exposed right now, though. And I think he wants to expand to this 3 o'clock. He has been fighting for this position really, really hard, and if he gets 3, that's a fantastic base for Perro to take. Got these vultures out here kind of running distraction. And meanwhile, it looks like Perro just kind of reinforcing that position and kind of retaking it. His bottom base is pretty exposed, and yeah, it looks like we're definitely going to be taking that base. I love this base from Perro. I think it's a fantastic base to take. It's such an easy position to push into Protoss from and defend your base at the same time.
He's just gonna
Anytime you...
pump
Go
the
ahead.
tanks, do some harassing. Mines are
Yeah,
annoying, especially when there's no... There's the observer. It came, it's just late. Ooh, what are we doing with the tanks here?
Yeah, this is kind of what I was saying.
Wants to go further.
Anytime you get bases where you're attacking is defending the base at the same time, you're super happy as Terran. And this is a good time to push forward with a lot of the army on the left side.
Alright, 4 Templars going down. Yes, yep.
Although it looks like this is actually just going to get swallowed up. There's not a lot of Terran here, even though our supply was about 130. It looks like we're missing maybe a bunch of our reinforcements. And yeah, this is going to get cleaned up by these goons. 2 more tanks coming in, not sieging though right away, but the goon's also getting a little bit low. He can kind of hold this position. It's actually going to be pretty close.
So many mines, so many vultures.
Yeah, I was wondering about like the Zealot reinforcements, but it looks like we got more Goon Templar. And we're actually just going to take this base now. Yeah, maybe decide to take that base instead after this position kind of got compromised. 2 Stargates here at the 3rd base. Don't know if this is for Arbiter or Carrier. And I got double expanding now for Dienmax. Does scan and see that base while these vultures also confirm this base, so at least he's got all the information. And yeah, this is what I was talking about, this base being completely open and exposed.
Right, and he probably can't snipe the CC. Vultures got there too fast.
Oh, nice mine drag though to kind of clear up all the mines there with this 1 tank, and it's actually not going to be enough. Good mine shot though. These goons getting a fair amount of value. These vultures getting good value too though. But this base is much more important to Terran than that base is for Protoss.
Yep, 100%. Oh, that SUV tried to save everyone, but then he got blasted by his own guy. Gonna clear the vultures here pretty... Oh no!
He's just barely gonna hold this Nexus. That got
So
unbelievably close.
close.
Yeah, so when the dust kind of settles, I'm definitely starting to favor it a lot more for Dienmax now with those 2 bases
Yep.
coming up, and our Stargate tech is running now. Yeah, we do have Arbiters
Arbiter.
on the way.
Arbiter and
Yeah.
Storm.
Yeah, and this
See,
is the
who needs
correct
observers?
player
Just use
mind.
a zealot.
Exactly, exactly.
Oh, gotta float away now.
Things
save
starting
the
to fall
CC down
apart
there.
for Perro a little bit. Having to abandon this base now. Just being down to 3 base while the Protoss is mining. It's gone up to 5 base. I mean, our main is dried up, our natural's almost dried up. Yeah, and at this point, it's like Terran fighting Zerg, where it's just a constant stream of units. Even if you're not trading super well as Protoss, it doesn't matter, because you're just out mining
Yeah.
by so much.
Yep. Still up about 60 supply, more than that now, 70.
Huge
All
quantities.
SCVs are dying from storms. Here's more of them to die.
Yeah, I mean, Perro's gonna hold, but at what cost, I guess? We're pretty much dead in the water at this point. Down to 58 supply. Like I said, mined out on 2 bases now, just 1 base mining. Perro starving out while Dienmax, like I said, very happy, not even getting the Arbiters to be a part of the fight yet before he's crushing through Perro's army.
GG.
GG. Dienmax takes game 1 here on Polestar. Man, I kind of hate it for Perro. He's having these games where it's like he's getting into like pretty decent spots. Like that game there especially, he was in a pretty good spot. I definitely felt like he had some windows to push, but I think this delayed Academy, not getting the scan off and not really realizing as early as he could have that Dienmax was definitely cutting a lot of corners. He definitely missed a window there to potentially push and kill Dienmax early.
Yeah, everything was good until about 15-minute mark or so. Like the mid game, I feel, and then it goes downhill. But yeah, he had plenty of opportunities there to take it. Just need to mass up more. We had the northern spot towards the opponent's base. If you had more tanks there and more vultures, you probably could have taken it. Or at least, got a new base there too to secure it with some mines and tanks.
Yeah.
And then take the 6 o'clock base and they don't realize it.
Yeah, I liked a lot of what Perro was doing. I do think he, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of things like, turret rings, but Perro seems to like his turret rings, and they're not necessarily bad. I just don't like dumping all the minerals into it, I guess. I like to try to be a little bit more optimal. Alright, looks like, Death Valley was the ban from Dienmax, and Perro once again goes for Eclipse, so maybe we'll get to see more of what he was thinking last time he picked it.
I think Dienmax should pull the probes.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine him doing that.
Yeah, there's no way.
Alright, looks like our players are ready for the game here on Eclipse, going into game 2 on Eclipse of Dienmax versus PerroFlaco.
All right, top right, the Protoss, Dienmax.
And our Terran player, the hero, kind of after my heart here, picking Eclipse against Protoss. Maybe he'll show me something. We have PerroFlaco.
BBS, here it is.
Yeah, I want him to show me something. I am horrible against Gastiel. It's something that I need to practice more, but I refuse to practice it because it's just infuriating to play against. So there has to be a reason he's picking these 2-player maps.
Just ban the map.
And there is one thing I'll say about Eclipse. If Terran can get into like an even game going into like the mid game, it's actually a terrible Protoss map. It is extremely Terran favored if they can get through the early game just fine. In my experience.
Someone would say no, this is a terrible map for Terran. Guess who that is? Starts with an A.
Oh, sorry, can you say that again?
The person that does not like Eclipse bans it, vetoes it all the time. It's a terrible map for Terran. Guess who it is? Starts with an A.
I don't ban Eclipse. You talking about me?
No, it's Artosis. Come on.
Oh, Artosis. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking about good Terran players.
Yeah, he does not care for this map. Because there's only 2 lanes to go on. If you go down the one lane, he said, oh, the Protoss can go on the other lane, and it's either a base trade or you gotta go back and defend. So yeah, that's why he didn't like it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just disagree, I guess. I don't know. As far as like counterattack pass, I mean, they literally have 1 attack pass, so it's less than normal. Also, did Dienmax just not go for a gas seal? I assumed so much that it was happening that I completely zoned out, and then he just didn't go for it.
He did not go for a gas steal, yep. He went pylon and put it back to work. Put it back to get some resources, didn't send it right away.
Very surprising to me. Do the Protoss players know something about Perro that I don't know? Does he just have this auto-win strategy against gas steal or something?
He wants the standard game, but it's his fatal flaw, apparently.
I don't get it. That's true too. That's another good point. He says he dreams of standard games and then he picks maps that encourages Protoss to play non-standard. But
and then he gets standard out of it by no gas.
Yeah, and he's gonna get his normal game, I guess.
He's mind tricking everyone.
Good for him. Never my experience on Eclipse, that's for sure.
SFU Scout coming in. Goon range coming.
Yeah, we may just
Where's
be getting
that guy going over there?
Well, I was gonna say we were gonna get a nice normal 23 Nexus, but the extra pylon comes down. So it's gonna be what, like a 27, 29 Nexus? Interesting. That means he is looking to make a bunch of goons to pressure the low ground. And Perro going straight for the add-on, making extra marines. So are we getting like mind game? What is happening? We're gonna get like a
Terran put the workers back to gas, I think.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is it looks like this is gonna be an FD, like kind of a weak FD off of a 12 gas. I mean, maybe it was 11 gas, I don't know, but we're getting an FD. And Dienmax is going for 29 Nexus, which is literally the worst thing you could FD into. Are we? Okay, I was gonna say. I didn't realize we had the probe down here. I was starting to get worried. I was like, are we going later than 29? Like, what are we doing? Okay, so yeah, 29 Nexus comes down. We have the 4 Marines, so I don't think we're going to commit to an FD after all with just 4 Marines. This is like a really overly safe, almost, way of taking this base. It's almost like we're faking an FD. Are we really going with 4 Marines, 1 tank? That's so, we'll say ballsy.
We're faking the fake.
I think he's just playing to fake an FD. This is interesting. I don't know. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I've never seen Perro play, so I don't really understand. This is definitely a unique style that we're seeing here. He's just wanting to skip the bunker. We got defensive mines. Actually going to get a big mine hit and kills a goon. Like, Dienmax seems about as confused as I was walking into that. And I'm sitting here observing it, so I imagine, yeah, I imagine it's a little bit confusing. To go straight into defensive mines is a very interesting and unique way of playing PvT or TVP. So, alright, not an FD, just this kind of weird 4 Marine tank defensive mine into CC build. Second factory going to be coming down for Perro.
Vulture running around here. Set him up in the third base, get the probe. Yep.
All right. And you're going to see Observatory for Dienmax. I was wondering if we'd see Observatory before Robo or not. The support bay, I mean. And like I
coming
said,
down for Terran.
I know he likes his Reavers.
Oh yeah, he'll be going Reavers for sure.
Yep, it does seem like it might be that way. I mean, he might not. We'll see. But 2-gate does tend to lean a little more towards Reaver. It's going to be a little bit late, but we're going to get the 3-tank push here, and we have 5 goons out. We actually have speed on these vultures already too, so we're getting siege mode behind us. If Perro can get a good trade here and push Dienmax back behind his wall, he would be in a lot of danger. The goon position's pretty good. We do have the observers out, but yeah, with the 3 tanks, he's going to try and lay these mines kind of in the way. Pretty good start. Good. I was going to say again mine hit, but we're actually pushing the tanks surprisingly far forward. Good pullback, but I think we need to leave now with these extra goons coming. But we're kind of forgetting our tanks. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried.
Mines will help. There we go.
Okay, good retreating mines. Yeah, we need to pull these tanks back now. I think you can be relatively happy with that trade. That mine killing our vultures did suck a little bit. But it looks like we might be staying and sieging. Perro's insane.
Okay.
He's you know what he's doing? He's doing the reverse to Protoss. He's just gonna sit outside of his natural in an arc and contain the Protoss. Just kind of being like, hey, how does this feel?
And then Dienmax goes around the other way.
Yeah, I like this. This is a very unique style that I don't feel like I see very often. But
1 and a 4-5.
Perro's like interestingly aggressive. And the thing that's good about this, obviously, is that he is delaying Dienmax's third for an eternity by doing this. Yeah, I was going to say, we do have to worry a little bit about this kind of wraparound, and you see Dienmax going for it. We'll see if Perro realizes this is happening. He didn't have vision on the right side, so I don't know if it's going to register that this is a possibility. The tank is a bit far forward. Okay, he is backing it up and sieging, so he does realize maybe that the goons are missing and kind of preparing for it. Yeah, so he's going to be safe, going to find this probe and deny that.
Yeah,
man, this is nice. I like this from Perro.
Going to 6 factories now.
Yeah, well, he's delaying the Protoss's expansion for so long that by the time Protoss gets the third up and running, he's going to be way further behind where he would normally be, so this 6 fact could be very deadly.
Yeah, this is going to work, I think, for Perro.
Yeah, we do have a shuttle out. Yeah, with these 4 goons out here. I think he's trying to retake this third base on the right side now.
Perro's doing your favorite thing, getting that turret ring.
Yeah, he does love his turret ring. But in this case, I actually don't mind it as much. Like, I kind of like it here.
Yeah, because you're so far forward.
Yeah, we're spread out pretty thin. We don't have a lot of our units at home.
This is not doing much. Getting a couple tanks, I guess.
Yeah, well, he is trading pretty well against the tanks. I actually like this play from Bien, because killing that tank out is really, really important. He didn't lose anything overly important, just a couple of goons for a couple of tanks. Now, with Perro, I wonder though, he does these 6 packs and then he kind of does this like push plus also expand. Man, he makes a lot of turrets. If I were to knock on one thing with Perro, he makes way too many turrets for my taste.
Yeah,
he's
better
worried
get the
about
armor and just get a couple Goliaths.
Yeah.
There's a Goliath.
Dienmax pushing forward here, gonna walk through the mines. Lost a lot of goons there. So he's gonna clean this up, but definitely not without cost.
Yeah, it's not very efficient. Terran has the supply lead now. Does clear it out. Oh. Oh.
Okay. I was keeping my eye on that mine. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of vultures.
I think he forgot about
here.
those, yeah. Those 6 vultures forgot about.
Actually.
Oh, there you remembered.
Looks like a little bit of a targeting mistake there. Reaver takes a shot, but gonna clean up that tank, and Dienmax getting good value out of this Reaver. I mean, as he pretty much always does. Like I said, he's a great Reaver player. But man, it feels bad. We're at 11 minutes and we're still not mining our third. I don't even think we started the transfer yet, so Dienmax Deco not where it wants to be, like you mentioned earlier, down in supply against the Terran player.
Does he have a starport at all or a science facility for more upgrades?
I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if he had a sci-fi or anything like that yet. Yeah, that's probably okay. We're starting at third CC, and that's kind of what I expected, right? This is what we've been seeing out of Perro. He does this kind of weird 6-fact push plus expand build. Not necessarily a big fan of it, but he is. We're gonna see this style again. But I do think this game has gone much better for him than the previous game, so this has even more potential than the last push from the last game. He's also in a great spot.
Well, it was even.
Yeah. So we have this great minefield too, protecting the top. We're gonna see the Reaver on the high ground, which can be pretty annoying for ProSauce or Terran to push through. Gonna jump on top of this Reaver shuttle with these Goliath and catch that Reaver. So great start here for Perro. 3 tanks left over, gonna push this back, starting to kind of break through this pylon wall. So there's a spot you can tuck the tanks there, on the kind of below where that bottom tank is. You can actually hit the nexus from there if you have vision. Yeah, you can like tuck it in there, yeah. And with the Goliath there protecting it, it can be a really, really strong position.
Looks like he wanted to counterattack. Well, at least stop reinforcements.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something good for Protoss to always do. Just try and stop reinforcements to make the push a lot weaker.
Getting some SCVs here is good. Only got one.
It's good for 2
Run
reasons.
away.
Because it stops reinforcements and it also can serve as a flank. We're going to try and catch these goons with his vultures laying mines in the pathway a little bit. But actually, good stutter step micro from Dienmax. Going to clean up all these vultures without losing any more goons. Brings the supply back to even. And yeah, we don't have vision up here on this high ground, unfortunately. And pushing through that Reaver is kind of annoying too.
Just going for it instead.
Yeah, I think this is completely fine. The Reaver's going to trade pretty well, but you're going to be able to clean the space up.
Ooh,
He's a little bit distracted by this counterattack, yeah. And Dienmax just continues making his Reaver and shuttle.
Supply's still even.
Yeah, this army is going to get cleaned up. He's going to save the CC. Like you said, supply still even. We need to get on top of those probes. Dienmax is getting way more value than he should be allowed to get right now. And going to be able to clean this Reaver up, at least. Get back to mining on this base, and it's going to be back to 3-base versus 3-base mining.
Ooh.
There's 2 Stargates.
We're going carrier.
I think this is for carrier, right? I didn't see any Templar Archives tech or anything like that. Oh, it is up there.
Yep.
No, it's not up there. Sorry, I couldn't see. Yeah, so no Archives right now. Fleet Beacon coming down, so it is going to be that carrier. That carrier swap, which is... I agree with carrier on this map because I think Arbiter is really bad on this map. But he's not really in a good position to go into a carrier swap. If Perro identifies this relatively quickly, then there is definitely a huge push coming. But we have a big army now coming into 3rd base, and we don't have much set up for defense yet.
Yeah. Porter's going to take out 3rd base for sure. Oh, maybe. Vulture's coming in.
Yeah, he's going to be able to defend it. It's just going to be a bit of a pain for sure.
Where those vultures come from?
They're just all routed in as natural. I'd like to see a lift on the CC to get these SCVs kind of out of there. So, yeah, there we go now. So, going to lose a lot of SCVs. CC should be fine with everything coming up. It is getting a little bit low, but yeah, it's going to be completely fine. And let's see, you got a bunch of army coming down here to clean, kind of dislodge this here. And with the constant fighting, there's a chance that Perro doesn't realize that the carrier swap's coming. Because Dienmax is just slamming units into him so non-stop, it doesn't feel like carriers would be coming.
Yeah, I don't think he expects the carriers. I haven't heard any scans either about confirming it.
Yeah, he's been so busy fighting. One armory is spinning. Hopefully that's 2-0, not 1-1. And now we hear a bunch of scans go down, but he just scans the base there at 12 o'clock. And yeah, I'm really worried for Perro just not identifying the carrier. I like this base though from Perro. He's got pretty good map vision on the bottom right and like decent security. And if Protoss goes for it, there's an easy kind of push towards 12 o'clock if Protoss overcommits. Looks like our first two carriers have finished. Goons coming forward, clearing up a bunch of these mines and kind of removing that map vision. Perro gonna ask for a pause. And yeah, we're a little bit worried. Like I said, for Perro, supply looks great. He's got a great timing right now if he just knew what was coming, but I do not blame at all for this game state to not feel like it's carriers, because I would be extremely surprised if I scanned and saw carriers.
Yeah, there's been battling everywhere.
Yeah, it's been non-stop action. And Dienmax is attacking so much, like, that's the main thing, right? Like, when Protoss is slamming armies into you non-stop, that's like the opposite of what they do when they're going carrier. Because usually they want that army to, like, defend and buy time.
Yep. Is that an expansion going down on the bottom right there? That building?
Yep.
Almost done. There's all the probes right there. There's not many.
Yeah. I mean, the game state's good for Perro. It's just a potential information issue right now. That's all.
But attack up north there could do well too.
Yeah, I think that's what he's leaning towards, is pushing into that base. Yeah, and like I said, I really like this base in the bottom. And not only is it like pretty well defended, and it's just really out of the way for Terran or Protoss. It's also like an abnormal fourth for Terran to take in this position. It's very normal for that 9 o'clock base. So Dienmax might be just thinking he's going to be working towards his fourth now on the left side.
There's no way they take it right. Yep.
Alright, looks like Perro is returning. Just had to put the fire out. And here we go, boys. Ready to resume. Alright, we see a scan go down. It looks like it was at the 12 o'clock. He is pushing up there, kind of like we suspected he'd be going for. Not sure if it's just pure Vulture or if there's some tank there to it. Probably, I'd imagine some tanks. Yeah, we got 3 tanks and Vulture. It's definitely the small portion of his army. Kind of this like awkward small hit squad we got going on. But Dienmax underestimating how much, or overestimating how much was there and not jumping on it. And actually going to send all the probes back. Probably thinks it's a bunch of supply here, but it's only a handful of units. Now the Observer jumping on top of it, he's like, oh, I can just crush this. So, gonna clean this up pretty quickly. We do have some Vultures coming in, laying mines between. And
clean up the Vultures too.
Run up here just to kill a few of the probes. I'm gonna try and sneak out, but man, I'm just worried about these carriers, guys. I know I keep harping on it, but it's just such an important thing. We got carriers 3 and 4, and if we don't identify it before it's up to 6 carriers or so, it starts getting really hard. Dienmax after breaking that position. Oh, maybe a missed hotkey or something here. A bunch of units going to be
bad rally.
Yeah, this is going to be painful losing these units, especially because we really, really need these Goliath. And Dienmax still making Reavers. Reaver with carrier is extremely hard to deal with as well for Terran. Looks like a Vulture 8 did return to the 12 o'clock base while we were dealing with this counterattack. So doing a really good job. I mean, just keeping Dienmax on basically 3 base mining. We have our 4th base up and running for
carriers out.
Perro. And yeah, just the eco situation, everything's so great for Perro. It's purely an information thing. We are making a few Goliath, but I see a bunch of Vultures coming out, so it's starting to think, oh, maybe he noticed at some point, but...
Perro needs to take the gas in his little secret base down there quick to get more Goliaths out.
Oh, he wasn't even mining
gas there, too.
Gas yet.
Yeah. On 8 factories, that's
pretty
good.
Brutal. Because we need this gas. A gas bank would...
Oh, he lifted!
Too. Perro falling apart. Just
nice
a little
recovery,
bit.
though.
Yeah, that can be a nightmare. And now these 4 carriers coming across the map, and there's this surprise factor. We are making some Goliath, so I think the extra gases, and we're making Goliath. I think he did see it at some point. Yeah, no reaction there, so I think he was aware of it, and I may have just missed him being aware of it. He may have just recently realized it. Do our Goliath have range?
Right under.
Okay, our Goliath do have range. So going to be able to chase these carriers back a little bit, but our Goliath count very, very low. We just made another round of Vultures. This is all because we kind of forgot our gases. Like,
yeah. They need that gas, get them. That's why he's going so many turrets, too.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of unfortunate for Perro. I mean, if he was up mining on 4 gases for a while now, this would be so easy for him to push back just 4 carriers at this stage of the game, but right now they're getting a ton of value, and we're starting to see the supply swing in favor of Dienmax now. We cleaned up all these tanks or pushed them back, and now the goons can show up and start breaking this base, and we have no Goliath to deal with these carriers, just tank Vulture at our natural right now.
Here come the tanks to take out the goons. Sieges all at once too many times, too. Let's just do 1 or 2, then it keeps rolling up.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely good to try and kind of leapfrog those tanks as much as you can. Goliath coming out now to try and support these tanks, but right now they're very exposed, trying to get up on these high ground. I mean, Dienmax, or sorry, Perro just kind of having a hard time with the multitask, and there's multiple fights going on everywhere, bleeding off units everywhere, and the carriers just completely threw us off from a game state that was really good for us, like the entire game.
Yeah.
Just this carrier showed up, and we just completely fell apart in an instant.
Yeah, almost up 80 supply now for Dienmax.
Yeah, the speed at which this game swung is kind of insane. And now there's mass scans going down. That's the I think I'm done playing this game scans. Potentially, it looks like he's going to keep trying to fight it out. But now we have Goliath against the goons on the high ground, some reinforcing zealots. But this base dislodged. We got carriers coming down, potentially going to find this base down there. And if that goes down, Perro just has nothing going for him anymore. And it looks like the carriers are headed that way. Goliath coming up here trying to clean up these goons, but so much supply now for Dienmax over his opponent. Yeah, Kira's going to show up and start cleaning this up.
Yeah, this base is done. He
Saw
did clear out that other base.
Perro, kind of knowing his fate's been sealed. Everything was going so right for so long, and then suddenly, nothing was right anymore.
Yeah, once those carriers showed up, it just went downhill.
Yeah, there's just Protoss swarming in everywhere, and with the supply disparity
Now
of this much,
production.
feels like Zerg against Terran right now with units just flooding everywhere. Gonna go for kind of a desperate last hurrah push here into 12 o'clock. the Reaver Cannon getting a ton of value, cleaning up pretty much every single one of the Goliath. And GG is called.
GG.
Dienmax is going to be our second person to qualify in today's group for the round of 20.
Yeah, had a great start, but then those carriers. All it takes is 4.
Yeah, both games. I feel like both games are going so well for Perro, and there was in this
Mhm.
game even so much more than the first game. He has such a huge advantage. But this just shows the importance of kind of keeping information in your opponent, even though it may not have felt that way. It's always good to drop scans in the main and confirm. Check
Yep.
for Stargates, check for that cyber cord. Just kind of confirm the tech, right? You've got to do it as Terran. You got to be diligent.
Yeah, so end of Group D. Hawk and Dienmax moving on.
Yeah, congratulations to both players. Dienmax, I guess the only games he dropped was the Hawk, right? So that's
Yep.
acceptable. It's an acceptable
for
person
sure.
to lose to.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
even then, he
He
gave
almost had
Hawk,
that one game too on Death Valley. That totally should have been his.
Yeah, exactly. Hawk, Dienmax gave Hawk a pretty good series. So Dienmax, if he improves a little bit more and cleans his game up some, I could see him doing well in the round of 20 still. So
Yeah.
yeah, so congratulations to both of those players today. And thanks to Jumper for giving us some weirdness, if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. The probes.
Yeah, the pro pulls, the mind control, the whatever that last game was, I don't even know.
They have every base. Have a few buildings game.
You know, he had
2
like
buildings here,
Zerg.
2 buildings there.
It looked like Zerg Vision on the mini map with just
Yeah,
buildings
yep.
everywhere.
Yep. Every pylon was an overlord. All right. So, thanks to the sponsors here. Get back in there. All right. Of course, Russ Brain and Liquid Nazca, Liquid Steve. And then the big ones, CRVT, global supporters. The Wolf of Wall Street is Andrew. Bombastic General. My Fleeting Dream. The Colonel, Striker. Major Plus Plus. 2 Apocalypse. The Bombastic Major. Also, we have Sheeming Gypsy. Chaos View Medinho. Stephen Robertson, KJ LML, and Nicholas Schuler. All right, that'll be the end of Group D. All right, look at all those supporters at the $2 mark. Remember, if you can help support, go ahead. Patreon.com/bombastic. Bombastic StarLeague. Keep the Broodwar scene alive. Next week, Group F. Get ready for that one. Group F should be pretty good. I think Zero plays. If I'm not mistaken, Zero plays against Wolfix, Raz, and Zazu. So it should be interesting. All right, with that being said, for the hockey, I'm Fire Tip. And of course, Zero. That'll be the end for today. Bombastic StarLeague Group D. Thanks, everyone.